All right. Hi, everyone. Frankie here. New West Reset. Hello. How's it going? Welcome back. Thank you very much for shooting in, joining a fella here for another one. Another live one, as a matter of fact. New West Reset Live. Episode 98 here today on this Sunday, December 29th, 2024. And this is the New Year's party show. So Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year there, everybody. A little bit early, but it's how it goes around here, I guess. Us Canadians, we work on a completely different calendar system there, eh? Nope, not at all. Just joking. So Happy New Year to you on this New Year party edition of the show. So thank you very much for joining me here and winding down your weekend with yours truly. And where are we at here? Well, it's just a little past 5 p.m. local time, mountain time here. And as always, we're coming at you live from Calgary, here in Purdy, Alberta, southwestern Alberta. Not so bad here today. Right now, it's currently -4 Celsius, which is okay-ish. It's like around 25 Fahrenheit or so, give or take. I mean, it's not the best, but could be a lot worse. I think this time last year was -20 or something like that. So we're doing all right here today. So thanks for joining me. And as mentioned, thanks for winding down your weekend here with me. Always good to see all of you. My favorite day of the week. And she was a busy week here. You know, we had Christmas, and that was a big deal. So for those of you who missed the holiday Christmas show last Sunday, belated Merry Christmas to you, season's greetings, happy holidays, and all that good stuff. For those of you who have already subscribed and shared, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Give a guy one of these if you haven't already as well. Helps to, push me out there into the thing a little bit. So we make our way to 2,000 subscribers. Normally, I'd welcome everybody on the HooTubes and on the Bumble because, normally a fellow will be broadcasting simultaneously on both. But there's something going on with the Bumble over there. It wasn't letting me create a live stream and then linking it to the StreamYard here and all that. Like normally, it's just a couple of button clicks and away you go. Tried that this time, and they're saying, nope, you can't live stream unless you have one of the following. You must have at least 5 subscribers, which doesn't make sense because I have quite a few subscribers over on the Bumble. As a matter of fact, there's over 150 of you following me over there. So I don't know what's going on with that. And then it says, or you must do this, that, or the other thing. And I'm like, well, wait a sec, man. I already qualify. So what's happening? I don't know. So apologies to everybody on the green fighting platform over there on the Bumble there for a lack of a show this week. I think what I'll do is once this show does its rendering and is ready to copy and paste, I'll just slide the after show, after the live over on the Bumble there for everybody. So yeah, don't know what's going on with that. Always problems around here. I guess I must be doing something right if there's problems, I guess. I don't know. So hopefully we can get the kinks worked out with that in the next little while. But anyways, that said, once again, thank you very much for joining me here. Really appreciate it. And again, Happy New Year to you, a little ahead of time. But hey, that's how it is. I imagine a few of us are going to be busy on New Year's Eve. So I'm going to take this opportunity now to raise a glass of this rosé sparkling bubbly stuff to you. So cheers to all of you. Here's I take a little bit of a sip on this. Oh yeah, Happy New Year. Fantastic. Delicious. Delicious. Don't want to get too many sheets to the wind here. Got a show to run here. So yeah, speaking of which, Let me know how you're doing. Say hello in the chat, in the box. Let me know what's happening and how you're doing. And hopefully everybody had a great Christmas and are getting ready to ramp up for New Year. Hippie Shake is in the box here. Howdy, Hippie. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you. Kathy Broughton's here as well. Greetings from the horse capital of the world, Lexington, Kentucky. Now, hold on a second here now. I thought Calgary, Alberta, up here in Canada land. Well, we got all the cowboys up here, so I thought we're kind of known as cow towns. All right, you can be the horse capital in Lexington, Kentucky. We'll be the cow capital up here in Calgary, Alberta. That sounds terrible. We're the cow capital. Really, it must stink up there. Anyway, Old World, Michigan is here. Good to see you, my friend. Howdy, howdy. Speaking of old friends, DN is in the box as well. Howdy, DN. Turtle's here, everybody. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Turtle's over here now. Happy New Year to you, Turtle. How's it going, eh? Good to see you. Vaughn's here. Old World, Underworld. Good to see you, my friend, Vaughn. Modoc in the box. Howdy. Teresa's here as well. Good to see you. And Carmichael. Hello. How's she going there, eh? I did have a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. I had an excellent Christmas. Bill Pals is here, my pal Bill. Hello there. Cousin Vinny's here. We could start the show now. Cousin Vinny's here. There it is. There he is. I just got together with Cousin Vinny a couple hours ago. Just got back from a lunch with Cousin Vinny. We went for burgers. Cousin Vinny and Mrs. Cousin Vinny. So that was a very lovely visit. Got together for a couple of hours over some burgers at a burger joint. Actually, it was an all breakfast diner that serves a mean burger, but they serve breakfast all day. So Cousin Vinny opted for the 1 o'clock in the afternoon breakfast. Can't say as I blame a guy. It looked delicious. It looked absolutely delicious. So as I was saying, yeah, I had a fantastic Christmas. The parental units picked a guy up, and we headed out to my niece's place, my oldest niece, who's 30. And she and her husband have a decent-sized house. I should say a house with a decent-sized kitchen/dining room. So, the whole clan can get in there with turkey and ham and all the fixings and not be stepping all over each other. And we got there. My sister was there with my brother-in-law, my other nieces and nephews, and great nieces and nephews. Of course, yours truly and mom and pops. And I thought to myself, wait a second, where's my niece? Where's the lady who's actually hosting the thing? Her and her husband are not in their own home. And here we are all in their home with turkey in the oven and stuff. And, the mystery was solved 3 hours later. And she came home with a brand new baby girl. Yes. My eldest niece, she and her husband had their third child, their third girl. And because she was born on Christmas Day, they named her Noel, which is French for Christmas. So there you go. So it was a very, very happy Christmas in the Frankie and extended family household for Christmas Day. I guess she went into labor Christmas Day, early in the day, like 7 or 8 in the morning. And I believe by 10 or 11 a.m., baby Noel was born. And by 5 in the evening, my niece and her husband and new baby were back home. And my niece was stuffing turkey and gravy and mashed potatoes down her gullet. Because, when you pass a human out of your body, it takes some work, from what I understand. So she was putting more fuel in the tank there. Got to fill up on that turkey and mashed potatoes and stuffing because, carbs. So, yeah, that was an excellent birthday gift. Yes, thank you. That's my third great niece now. So I now a guy's got two great nephews and three great nieces. My sister is only 51. She's 3 years younger than me. And she's already a grandmother 5 times now. So that's pretty terrific. So yeah, my niece Nicole, Nikki. Congratulations, yes, to Frankie's niece. Yeah, Nikki. Both mama and baby are doing swimmingly well, doing fantastic. So yeah, I guess, the doctors give her the old once over, give the baby the old once over, and they're like, hey, you're good to go. It's Christmas Day. If you want to skedaddle on out of here, go on now, get. So, yeah, well, Scott Pike says we don't need orphan trades these days. Well, not in my family. Uh, you know, 2 or 3 is not enough in my family. You got to have 3, 4, 5 kids. So, yeah, my sister and brother-in-law have 4. And as mentioned, my eldest niece now had her 3rd. My second oldest niece, she and her husband have 2. So I don't know what happened to me. I don't have any. So I guess there you go. I don't know. Kathy says I've had too many carbs this past week. That's fine. It's the holiday season. It's that's why Thanksgiving rolls into Christmas, rolls into New Year, rolls into Easter. It's that time of year where it's cold out, it's chilly outside, so you want to. The body's got to work extra hard to keep you warm. So your body craves those carbs, I guess, right? So it's fine. Have some turkey and stuffing, and have a couple of cookies, and you'll be okay. You'll be okay. It's fine. Old World Mi'kmaq in the box. Quay, meet up. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you. So yeah, excellent Christmas. Great, just great to get together. My sister and brother-in-law live in a small town way down in southern Alberta, almost the American border. It'd take Buddy a couple of hours to get down there, eh? So, you don't get to see them as often as I'd like, maybe once a month or once every couple of months. So yeah, it's great to get together with everybody and have some good food, have a couple of drinks, exchange some gifts, and watch the kids go crazy as they open their presents. Excuse me. Cheers to you. Happy New Year. Ah, delicious. Delicious. Sparkling rose. It's not real champagne from the region of Champagne in France. It's just sparkling wine. That's fine. Close enough. Guy doesn't need to get too hoity-toity and highfalutin around here now, does he? No, he doesn't. Anyway, for the show here tonight, no real topic. Just going to do a subscriber Q&A, question and answer. So if you have any questions for a guy, just type them there in the chat, in the box, and pick a guy's brain a bit, and we're going to have a little bit of fun. We're going to have a look at some vintage footage videos throughout the past year. I have some of those playing. We're just going to kind of goof around and see what's what and where everything takes me. Links below for everything. Hippie's kind enough to share my location map. Yeah, speaking of my cousin Vinny there, cousin Vinny's brainchild, the location map. All the spots and places that guys been kind of poking around, doing boots on the ground here in southern Alberta, and even up in the capital region, up in Edmonton up there this past summer. Also, links to BitChute, MeWe, a feller's email if you want to get a hold of a guy or send me some show ideas, or you just want to shoot a guy a message saying, hey, Frankie, how's she going there, eh? And link below as mentioned for the Bumble, even though the live is, I don't know, we hit a speed bump with the live on Bumble this week. So Apologies for that, but link for the channel down there, as well as a link for PayPal. If you want to send the guy, I don't know, some New Year's socks. That doesn't make sense. Speaking of sending a New Year and PayPal, those of you who have donated to the channel, first of all, thank you. Really appreciate that. Secondly, I was planning on getting the t-shirts out there because anybody who contributes to the channel, I'd like to send you a gift. You know, I've had a couple of different variations of New West Reset t-shirts made over the past while, and I like to send those as just kind of a thank you. I don't sell the t-shirts or anything. It's just something that if somebody's kind enough to make a donation to the channel or help out quite a bit behind the scenes like Hippie does, you know, the least a guy can do is send you a t-shirt, for pity's sakes. And I had planned on doing that to get them out in time for Christmas for everybody, but Canada Post was on strike. So they're now back to work. So now they're starting to kind of work their way through the pileup of mail that's been accumulating since I think November is when they went on strike. So once that gets under control, then t-shirts will go out. So I don't know, Valentine. Let's shoot for Valentine's t-shirts, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, that being said, once again, thank you very much for joining me here. Thanks for winding down your weekend here with yours truly. Happy Sunday Fun Day to you, everybody. And as mentioned, if you haven't already, maybe do all the little things down here to help a guy out. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So Old World Michigan Institute have a completely different kind of bumble. Oh, no. Oh, no. That sounds potentially problematic, to say the least. So again, as a reminder, if you have a question for me for the Q&A, just let me know in the chat. Shoot it in the box there. She'll do my best to answer questions there for you. If you ask me what size underwear I wear or what my mailing address is, you're probably not going to get a lot of information out of a guy. But hey, if you want to know what I think of, I don't know, the moon landings or who built the Great Wall of China, sure, yeah, we could throw that around a little bit. Why not? Why not? Speaking of Old World Underworld, please head on over to his channel, check him out, maybe throw the guy a couple of views and a thumbs up. Subscribe to a guy over there, Vaughn, our friend Vaughn, Old World Underworld. Let me just put the link to his channel there in the chat there for you. There you go. Boop. There it is. There it is. He's been working fastly and furiously. It's not very good or English, but that's what he's been doing. Just putting up the content. Oh, here we go. From Old World Mi'kmaq. First question. Frankie, any big plans for New Year's Eve night? Sort of, kind of, but not really. Unfortunately, I have to work because I work at a grocery store or a supermarket or whatever you want to call it here in my community. The darn place is open every day of the week except Christmas Day. Christmas Day closed. Every other day, New Year's Day, Easter Sunday, Canada Day, Flag Day, you name it, Bicycle Day, I don't know. They're open for business. Christmas Day is the only day they're closed. So I've got to work New Year's Eve, but we close early on New Year's Eve. We close at 6, so I'm off at 6. But then I got to be back there New Year's Day at 9 in the morning for when the store opens. So I'm going to be participating in the New Year festivities, but I'm not going to go too crazy. I got to settle it down, wind it down here a bit there, fella. You know, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to have a couple of my brother and I are roommates, right? And he's got to work that night too. He works in the restaurant industry, so he's probably going to be getting home after the the clock turns to midnight. Yeah, Happy New Year and all that. So I think we're going to have a couple of friends and neighbors over here at the house, and just for some couple of casual drinks and just relaxing. Not a big house party or nothing. Just 3, 4, 5 people or so. And so when Bro gets home, there'll be maybe 6 or 7 of us here, and we'll just have a very mild evening. I'm getting a little bit too long in the tooth to go crazy with the New Year's partying there. Back in my youth, oh yeah, just go nuts, be out all night, be out all night. Now, nope. As my dad would say, he still says it, but what I used to be able to do all night now takes me all night to do. Why? Chassis Nix is here, just in time for the terrible jokes. Hello, Chassis. Happy New Year to you. Welcome. Season's greetings and happy holidays. Belated Merry Christmas to you. So, yeah, that's, just going to be low key New Year. Are you going to have yourself a wobbly pop or two? Yeah, I'll have a wobbly pop or two, or some giggle water for sure. Yeah, why not? Speaking of which, oh, geez, almost knocked that right off the shelf there. Cheers to you. Happy New Year. A little bit of the wobbly pop right there, a little giggle water. Jesse says, I will be in bed by 8 p.m. on New Year's Eve, just how I am. You know what they say, Chassis? Early to bed and early to rise means you don't have to clean up anything from the party the night before. You're very smart. Very smart. Gippy Shake says, cheers, Frankie. I would join in, but not the time we've got a bit strong. I don't know what that means, but okay. I agree with you 100%. Anyways, I would join in, but not the time. We've got a bit strong. No, read it again. I don't, me no understando. There's a language barrier between Wales and Canada, apparently. Just kidding. Just teasing you, hippie. The guy likes to tease. Guy likes to tease a little bit. So yeah, for the show here tonight, just Q&A, and I'm going to show a couple of vintage footage videos. Just some of the more eye-popping ones. And of course, mid-show, we'll give you a mid-show break and give you a sneak peek at your upcoming midweek for New Year's Day next Wednesday, which is New Year's Day. So your vintage footage video coming up will be a New Year's party from the 40s, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, your wine is a bit strong. Oh, I see what you're saying. Ah, okay. The wine is a bit strong. Well, that's kind of like Canadian beer. Canadian beer is pretty strong too there, eh? Hippie says, open the bottle for my aunt and uncle. Had a glass with dinner and knocked me out for a couple of hours. 14%, too strong. 14% is not that strong. Come on now. Come on now. I guess it depends, right? If you don't partake often, then heck, 4% can seem strong. You see what I'm saying? So what's coming up in the new year? Well, if you missed the very, very tippy top, the very opening of the show, got a new intro video here for the live show. Updated footage, updated music, same song, just a different version of the song. I figure, it's my live show. I might as well have a live recording of the song, all hell for a basement, I hear tell of a heaven in Alberta where they've got all hell for a basement. Very appropriate lyrics I would say. So what's coming up again? What else is coming up in the new year? Knuckleheads on the road coming up in January in the new year. My buddy Chris over at Old World Exploration. He and me and him, he and I, me and I, he, Chris and Frankie for the Knuckleheads going to be hitting the road. I think we're going to be hopping across the pond and having a look at some place over in Scotland instead of Canada land. So that's coming up in the new year. Hammering out the details on the Old World building tours with a Freemason. Yes, a coworker of mine is very, very high up in the Freemasons here in Alberta. And he's offered to take me on a little walkabout tour to give us some of the local history of some of the buildings that the Freemasons built here in Calgary. So we're hammering out the details for that. We had wanted to try to do that this summer, but just our schedules didn't jive. So we're going to try to do it here in the spring once the weather warms up a little bit. So that'll be coming up. Mudflood Philly in the box. Hello, howdy, welcome. A belated Merry Christmas to you and an early Happy New Year to you. Thanks for shooting in. Oh, yeah, thank you, Bill. William Powell's in the box says, that is a cool tune, Frankie. Yeah, that's from a Canadian band known as Big Sugar. I think they're kind of out of Ontario, Toronto, somewhere in Toronto. So, yeah, that's coming up. What else? Going to be doing some more road trips for sure as we move into summer and the snow melts and so on. Going to try to. I was talking earlier today, actually, with my cousin Vinny about that when we were having our holiday lunch. We were having our Christmas/New Year burgers. That's because that's a traditional Canadian Christmas meal. You see, is a bacon cheeseburger. But anyway, and he was commenting on, yeah, I've sort of done the north and south corridor in Alberta. Southern Alberta. Pincher Creek area up to Calgary area, then up into Edmonton, and a couple of other little towns south of Calgary that cousin Vinny's joined me. We've gone to Nanton and to High River. He said, what about doing a little bit of the east and west there? How about dotting or crossing the T? So yeah, definitely going to be venturing out of the immediate area of Calgary to do some boots on the ground. Going to try to hit up maybe Banff and then some points east of here as well. Some of these funny little Alberta prairie towns that you think, that can't be going on in this place. It's only got 1,200 people. That's the most it's ever had. And then you take a walk down their main street and you're like, oh, they had an electric streetcar tram trolley here in this little town for some reason. Or, oh, they have that massive 5-story brick and sandstone building that takes up an entire city block in this little town for some reason. So that's always interesting. So yeah, definitely going to be doing a little bit more poking around here in the province as we move into summer, and other little projects going on as we move ahead. So yeah, really appreciate everybody joining me and all your support through the past year as we move into 2025. Yes. When I said cool earlier, it was about the Masonic tour. Yeah, that should be good for a few laughs, if not for anything else, right? Hey, everybody, Kimmy's here. Kimmy, hello. Happy New Year to you. Good to see you. What's going on with Jassy here? Does anyone else do the black-eyed peas, cornbread, and cabbage salad New Year's meal? That does sound delicious, but no, I have not. Yeah, Mudflood Philly says no, but sounds fantastic. It does. Sounds delicious. I do like the cornbread. I'm not going to lie. Cornbread is delicious. Usually the New Year's Day thing is a sort of a big hearty late breakfast, brunch, I guess some people call it. I do like black eyed peas for sure. And I do love cornbread, but with me, I have my cornbread generally with gumbo. Gumbo is well, it's sort of a Cajun food, really, but you know where Cajuns come from, don't you? They come from French Atlantic Canada. Yeah, they were called Acadians. That's where Cajun comes from. So that's where I learned how to make gumbo was from my French Canadian grandmother. So it's a really old recipe. So yeah, you make some nice spicy, I don't know, chicken gumbo or something, and you have some cornbread with it. Delicious. Oh, it wouldn't be a live show without some sirens in the background, by the way. You might hear that. It's nice enough to have the window open, just a crack here. So, and then there's this. It sounds like an ambulance. Yeah, that's right. Acadians, Cajuns. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Indeed. Indeed. Old World Underworld says, I always listen to the Black Eyed Peas when I make cornbread. That's not at all how it goes. We don't have cornbread here in the UK. Really? Well, you should try it. You can find a recipe real easily on the information superhighway. Yeah, it's quite delicious. You have that with a nice, thick, hearty stew, like a fall, like beef stew or something like that. Very good. Very good. Cornbread. Very underrated. Cornbread is of all the different breads. Old World Michigan says they don't sell them in Michigan. We have to have them shipped in. Ooh, really? Black eyed peas? Really? Come on. Well, they probably don't grow there, maybe, is the thing, right? I don't know if they would grow in Michigan. Might be too chilly, too short of a season. I don't know. I know they don't grow around here anyway. Definitely black eyed peas don't grow around here. Yeah, it's a very good point. Old World Mi'kmaq saying, I'm interested in where Acadians originally came from. Some may be Basque or Portuguese or etc. Yes. Seafaring peoples, right? Coastal peoples, fishermen, boat builders, seafarers, good at navigating large bodies of water. And yeah, when they got kicked out of Canada, basically, because they were French, and then at some point, Canada was French, and then the British said, no, we're English now, so get out of here, you dirty dogs. So they basically were kicked out of here, and they made their way south along the eastern seaboard of the U.S., trying to stop in New York. Nope, get out of here, Frenchies. Boston, nope, get back in your car. All the way Philly, nope. And finally, they make their way down to Louisiana, which was, French territory at the time, and they said, "Oh bonjour, mes amis, entrez-vous." At least that's what the official story tells us. I don't know. I have no idea. Cornbread stuffing, cornbread with butter and honey, cornbread with Canadian bacon and poached eggs. Like, what exactly is Canadian bacon, Kimmy? Eh? Whenever I hear Canadian bacon, it kind of makes me chuckle a little bit. In fact, I'm going to use the goggle machine right now to see what it says about Canadian bacon. Because I bet you they show back bacon, or what we up here call back bacon, or pea meal bacon. Because it's the outside is, they take your hunk of, it's basically a small ham. You take a hunk of that little ham and it's rolled in, well, in cornmeal. There you go, cornbread, cornmeal. And that's Canadian bacon, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Back bacon. But even the label here says Canadian bacon. Take off. We don't call it Canadian bacon. We call it back bacon. We call this bacon. We don't call it American bacon. We just call it bacon. And we call this back bacon. So there's back bacon and bacon. You see? Yeah, basically Canadian bacon is ham. You're right, Kathy. And you can buy it sliced like so. This looks terrible. It just looks like it's the fake stuff that's shoved into a mold to give a rough shape of bacon of ham, but there's your real stuff there or here. But sometimes you can buy it. Oh, here it is with the pea meal. There, see, that's the cornmeal. A lot of times you can buy it pre-sliced or you slice it yourself, throw it in a hot pan. You have that with some pancakes or some eggs. There you go. And that's a beauty. Of course, don't forget your maple syrup. For God's sakes, don't forget your maple syrup, whatever you do. And I'm not talking that Aunt Jemima stuff now. I'm talking this, where you tap the maple tree and you get the real maple syrup now. Yeah. Well, that's just to differentiate it, right? So if you say, I'm going to buy some bacon. Well, what kind of bacon are you going to buy? Well, we're going to have Canadian bacon this time. And people go, yes. They know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, the little ham bacon. Oh, that's delicious. We have Canadian bacon too, though I'm vegan. I don't eat it. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. So you kind of miss out there a little bit, eh? Do they have plant-based bacon? I think they do. I mean, they must by now. They have turkey bacon. They have turkey jerky. So I would imagine that they might have some kind of plant-based substance that's bacon adjacent. I don't know. There you go. Chassis says I use maple syrup from Canada in my tea. Quebec produces, I think, something crazy like 90% of the world's maple syrup. And the other 10% comes from Vermont and Maine, I think, with maybe a little bit in New Brunswick and Ontario in there too, maybe. But yeah, it's crazy. All that maple syrup comes from Canada land. Old World Underworld says, we have Australian bacon. It's made from kangaroos. Yeah, we call that down under bacon. Well, Partist, welcome. I probably butchered your name. You're new to me here on the channel, at least in the live chats in the box, so welcome. Thanks for shooting in, joining a guy here. Happy New Year to you, early New Year, and belated Merry Christmas. He says, I used maple syrup making barbecue yesterday. Oh, yeah, you throw some maple syrup in that barbecue sauce there, eh? And the sweetness of the maple syrup it plays nicely with the tanginess of the barbecue sauce there, bud. Maple syrup in tea is the most Canadian thing I've ever heard, says Old World Mi'kmaq. Yeah, pretty much. Us Canadians, we love our tea. We love our tea. You might be joking. Maybe you might be joking about the kangaroo bacon. I know there's kangaroo jerky. I have heard of people who have traveled to Australia and they've brought back. It's beef jerky, but it's not beef. It's kangaroo. I'm not sure what species of kangaroo. Hopefully they don't use a poor little Joey Roo. You guys are a bunch of jackasses. Don't ever change. Scott Pike in the boxes. I tried smoking bacon, but it clogged up my pipe, and I just butchered your joke. Sorry, but that's funny. Katie's in the box. She says, why does my BF, my boyfriend, lock himself in our bathroom every night for like 30 minutes? I'm getting concerned. Maybe he's going poo-poo and he's messing around on his phone at the same time. Maybe he's texting with his buddies about, you see that game? That was a stupid fumble. What did you have on your fingers? Did you have butter? There butterfingers? Did you eat some buttered popcorn before the game? Eh? I know that's when I'm sitting down to do a number 2 in the throne in my bathroom. That's my chance to play solitaire. You know, you exercise your body. You know, you got to work out. You go jogging, bike riding, swimming, hiking, whatever you do. Whatever you do, go to the gym, lift weights. Maybe you take some martial arts. I don't know what you're doing to stay in shape, but something. You got to keep the old brain pan firing on all cylinders too, right? Word games, uh, uh, card games, things to challenge your brain. Keep your brain all nice and healthy. So that's probably what he is. He's just going poo poo. He's like, it's my chat. I get half an hour of peace and quiet. No offense, Katie, but he gets half an hour of peace and quiet. He could sit there, text his buddies, play some video games. It's probably what's going on. That's where I get my half an hour of peace and quiet from my brother in the morning. Is I go into the bathroom and while I'm doing my number 2, dropping a deuce. The door's closed and locked, and you get the fan going in there. So even if he's out in the living room doing his usual morning shenanigans, I don't have to worry about hearing this guy. I could have some 20 minutes to half an hour of my sabbatical time while I'm sitting on the throne. You know how it is. That could be. That's probably what's going on. Yeah, he's watching. He's watching New West Reset. Maybe he is. Maybe that's what he's doing. That'd be nice. It'd be real nice. Old World, Underworld. Vaughn says every time I go to pick up my mate, he heads straight to the dunny, proceeds to spend half an hour there. It's annoying. By dunny, I assume speak Canadian now, will you? I don't understand this Aussie talk. I'm guessing that a dunny is the washroom, the bathroom, the restroom, the water closet. Too much information, Frankie. There you go. When I sit on the toilet, I poop. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Sometimes some people, they have a sensitive constitution, and some people it takes them a while. Some people they can set their morning ritual. They could set their watch to it. You know what I'm saying? 7:32 every morning. I go or whatever, right? Just it is what it is. Some people they're night poo-poos. They go poo-poo at night before they go to bed. Some poo-poo in the morning. This is a strange topic for New Year. So changing the subject in 3, 2, 1. All right. So here we are. We're already 45 minutes into the show, and I haven't done diddly. I have not done diddly for the show here. So let me just say, first of all, for a second time, that doesn't make any sense, but that's how we do it up here in Canada. But anyways, thanks for joining me here for the live show. Happy New Year to you. It's a couple of days early, but we do a Sunday show, so Sunday it is. A belated Merry Christmas to you. Links below for all the channel info and so on. MeWe and Bumble, BitChute, email and so on. What do you say we I could at least play something in the background here with the sound off while we're doing our thing, maybe. Maybe we could do that while we chit-chat a little bit here. Let's see what we got here. There it is. Yeah, let's do this here. I already got it muted. Perfect. I'm going to share this here and just kind of have it going in the background. See, we do this. No, this. No, this. Nope. It's no good either. Don't want that. There. That's good enough. Why is it all blurry and pickleated? I want to know. Anyways, can you hear me okay? Can you let me know in the box if you can hear me all right and everything? I have been known for taking toilet humor too far. But hey, I'm a dad. Yeah, it's a dad thing. It's also an uncle thing. Thank you, Kathy. 5x5. Great, thank you. So if you're just joining me here, happy early New Year to you. Frankie, New West Reset, New West Reset Live. Subscriber question and answer, Q&A. If you have any questions for me, just let me know. Just put them in the box there and do my best to try to answer them. So this one here is Old World Railroad Track Making Machine. This is a video that I put up a couple of years ago already that I found. And it's supposedly they're building the railroad here. Look at this thing. It just spits out the risers and they just throw it on the thing, and the guy almost falls and gets chewed up by the machinery because it seems like they're a bunch of bumbling buffoons that don't know what they're doing. But no, he's a professional railroad workers, apparently. Look at it now, buddy. You almost killed your coworker there. Of course, they're all distracted by looking at the camera instead of doing their dang job. Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Thank you. Yeah, but if you could put it in all caps or put the at symbol, if you start typing the at, right, like this symbol, right, you start typing this and the first couple of letters of the guy's name, right? So if you type at NE, like so, right? As soon as you start typing at NE, then boop, the whole name will come up and you just click on it. So that what that does is it highlights my name in blue in the box in the chat, and then I can I can pick it out of the lineup. Yeah, that's a good point, Kathy. It looks like it's for sure. Well, it probably is to some extent. They're demonstrating the equipment. I mean, obviously they have the film crew there, and it's like, all right, boys, let's show the people how this thing works and action. So yeah, you have these guys. They're not really paying attention to what they're doing, probably as much as they should be. That's delicious. Very rickety looking machinery. It's just like a old steam machinery, all the levers and hoists and all those beams and everything there. It's just wood. It's just wood. We're going to build a steel railroad here, but we're going to use wooden equipment to build it. So that seems goofy. Carmichael in the box. Howdy. He says, nothing beats Canadian maple syrup. That's right there, buddy. You got it. Clean clothes, question mark. Yeah, a lot of these fellers here are looking pretty dirty and dingy. But yeah, it's funny how in a lot of these videos that I put up on Wednesdays, the vintage footage stuff from anywhere from the 1890s up to I go as late as 1950, give or take. And depending on what they're doing, yeah, we're seeing in some of the older videos, dirty streets. Like the streets are dirt. They're not even paved. There's no paving stones, no brick lined streets, no nothing. But everybody's clothes are very clean. But these guys are looking like their clothes are pretty filthy, stained with dirt and perspiration. But yeah, you're right. A lot of times we're seeing clothing that looks way too clean for what, for the context and when the photo was taken, right? Well, Partist saying, do you think lighthouses timelines are narrative? I wonder about some of them. Lighthouses to me are very unusual. I can see how, logically speaking, ships traveling in the dark at night, even with some of the best equipment as you move into the modern age. Uh, I'm not talking radar or anything, but just, using, more modern maps and charts and so on. You just, a fella doesn't want to run aground, right? If you're a captain of a ship or a cargo ship or a boat, or even back in the day, a tall ship, a sailboat type deal, right? You don't want to end up on a sandbar or some rocky outcrop somewhere. So the lighthouse, you can see for miles and miles and miles, and it kind of helps to guide you where you want to go. So in some sense, I can see, I could, I could go along with that narrative. But some of these lighthouses are kind of redundant, right? Like you see some bay or some fjord or some natural harbor or man-made harbor for that matter along the coastline somewhere. It can be somewhere here in North America, Canada land, or in the US, or even down in Central or South America. But it can be across the pond too, over in jolly old England or somewhere in Europe. And there'll be like 4 or 5 lighthouses all within a couple of miles or a few kilometers from one another, right? And it's like, well, why? Like, surely you can see one lighthouse there so they know where the port is or the direction, the general direction of travel they got to go. You don't need 6. Now, aren't you confusing a guy who's at the wheel of this thing if you got too many lighthouses? So I think these buildings perhaps served another purpose in the past. And when they were repurposed, some of them were retrofitted to be lighthouses. And then some of them, of course, were torn down. Some of them were turned into, I don't know. Oh, this used to be a lighthouse, but now it's decommissioned. And now some guy bought it and it's his house. Or now it's a restaurant. Or now it's a museum. But I think a lot of these old lighthouses, I think maybe they were mooring or docking towers for airships. Think about it. If you're coming from somewhere in the UK, let's say you're flying from London to Canada land, well, your first stop from England into Canada is most likely going to be in Newfoundland. That's sort of the easternmost point, is in Newfoundland. So if you're traveling by airship, you're going to need a place to moor that ship. You don't necessarily always have to land on the ground, especially if you're just making a stop. You're letting off passengers and then letting on other passengers as you continue on from Newfoundland, let's say to, I don't know, Montreal, then Toronto or something like that, then maybe to New York or whatever. So a lot of times, the airships could land on the ground and then they would be moved into a hangar or some kind of large building, much like airplanes and whatnot are done today. But I think some of these lighthouses, much like some of the tall towers and what we call like, what are these other, they're called like, war memorial pillars and columns and stuff. Most of them have spiral staircases in them and then a balcony around the top, like a 360-degree balcony on top, like a lighthouse. So I think a lot of them were docking stations for airships. At least that's my take on it. Oldworld Michigan says, okay, question. Anyone have any idea how they made thousands of miles of train tracks? Well, yeah, all the steel for those tracks, right? All that steel. Old World Underworld says, could have been a defensive thing, lighthouses, using polyheliophoric lenses for concentrating light as heat. Yeah, like Archimedes lens, or like, yeah, when you're like an 8-year-old kid and you would fry ants on the sidewalk with, a lens or your glasses or something. I wear glasses occasionally, and when I was a kid, I wore glasses. So yeah, I mean, not that I did a lot of frying of ants, but I was a Boy Scout, so I was taught that you could, start a campfire or a signal fire like that. So if you have a lens on a large enough scale with a large enough light in behind it, and manipulate that light into like to come to like a laser like point, yeah, it gets hot, man. You set enemy ships on fire, right? Some ships coming into your city or to your star city or your star fort. Should we shoot cannons at them? No, let's use that Fresnel lens and just fry their boat. It's a wooden ship after all. So yeah, it's definitely another possibility for sure. Scott Pike says, I was at the lighthouse in Hillsborough, Florida yesterday. 1905. Ah, yeah. Well, that's what they say, right? 1905, but he's guessing old world. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, apparently there's mechanisms and machines that could bend that steel, but I mean, that would not have been an easy task. Well, there was Greek fire too, which was apparently different from the Archimedes lens thing, laser. The Greek fire was like a flamethrower. I've got an uncle who's Greek, by the way. I should ask him if he knows anything about Greek fire. Did you remember learning about that when he was a kid in school or anything? Yeah, I should go in there, eh, bud? Dragon Sage in the box. Good to see you. Belated Merry Christmas to you, my friend. And an early Happy New Year to you. Cheers. Just having me a little bit of giggle water here, some wobbly pop, as we watch this old-timey video of Montreal from 1927. And again, for the show here, no topic of discussion, just a sort of a subscriber Q&A. So if you have a question for Q&A, eh? So if you have a question for a fella, just type it into the box there in the chat. All caps helps me to see it a little better. Or if you can do the at and then my name, then it, at New West Reset, then it highlights it for me. So yeah, if you can put one of these in there. Thank you very much, Sage. Thank you. He says, Merry Christmas to you all. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah. Yeah, some kind of mix of different flammable chemicals that they could shoot out of this thing. But yeah, building the railroad is very, even with footage like we saw in the last video before this one here. They make it look easy with that machine, but even still, I mean, that hardly seemed like an easy task. First they uncover the mud flooded original rail system, and then later on when they reverse engineer and figure out how the whole thing worked, and they decide to add on to the network by putting in new rail. Figuring that out must have been well, yeah, that's a bit of a learning curve, I would say. Rothrod's in the box. How's she going there, eh, bud? Good to see you. Happy holidays to you. Yes, thank you, Hippie. Dragon Sage doing some fine work on his channel there as well. He does some boots on the ground, but then also the guy's making bows and arrows and stuff. And the budding Boyer. Until his neighbors complain that he's shooting arrows at targets in his own backyard and his own private property. So yeah, thank you, Hippie. Go and check out where are we? There we go. Go check out Dragon Sage's channel. over in Ham Town, Old Hamilton in Ontario here in Canada land, eh? Right now we're looking at New Scotland, Nova Scotia, 1926. Pretty built out with massive cathedrals and churches and spires and towers already in the early 20s. Nova Scotia, not a very big part of the country either. In that eastern Atlantic region, right? One of the maritime provinces. Excuse me, I just had to cough there. I was coughing. But even in a little town, well, large town slash little city like Nova Scotia in the 20s, oh yeah, electric streetcar, tram, trolley, no problem. Huge stone structures that look much more aged than, well, it was built in 1880 or 1890. Really, it looks like it was built in 1680 to me, but hey, what do I know? I'm just a knucklehead out here in Alberta land, eh? Where are we at here? We're an hour into the show already. Holy Dinah. I hope everybody had a great Christmas, however you celebrate Christmas. As mentioned earlier in the show, I had a fantastic Christmas. My eldest niece and her husband just welcomed into the world their third child, their third daughter, as a matter of fact, born Christmas Day. They named her Noel, which is French for Christmas. Healthy and happy. Baby and mama are doing fine. That was a great Christmas present for a great uncle like me. They call me Grunkle, by the way. Grunkle Frankie. Great uncle is a mouthful for a 3-year-old to say, but they can get Grunkle out, no problem. Well, we're going to look at some old Quebec City from 1921. This video is, 3 minutes long? And then after this, I think we'll take a quick little break. We'll continue with the vintage footage, but I'll give you a sneak peek at your upcoming midweek for next week, Wednesday, January the 1st, 2025. Oh, thank you very much, Sage. Thank you, thank you. Yep, baby's healthy and happy. She was just a little thing, though, just a little tyke. Something like 6 pounds, 10 ounces or something like that. So, yeah, that's what I thought, too. Originally, they were kicking around a couple of names for if it was a girl or if it was a boy. My nieces like to rock it old school, by the way. Don't want to know if it's a boy or a girl until the baby comes out, and then they look and go, oh, what do you know, right? So, yeah, they had a couple of names that they were kicking around for boy and girl. But she wasn't sure if she was going to have the baby right on Christmas Day or not. But then when it turns out that she went into labor, or water broke and all that, it was Christmas Day. So, yeah, they went with Noel. Dragon Sage says, I ate so much good food this Christmas. So you almost had a food baby. That's what the holidays are for, though. Spend time with loved ones, celebrate them on your terms, how you want to celebrate. Maybe you like to just kind of take it easy and have quiet moments to yourself during the holidays, during Christmas. Maybe you like to get together with family and friends and have a huge meal and, have a couple of wobbly pops, whatever the case may be. Go for it, bud. Do what you like to do. Yep, healthy, happy. Mama and baby are doing well. In fact, the hospital even said, you both are doing so well, you can go home if you want. It's Christmas Day if you want to go home. So they did. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Kathy. A little bit of frankincense and myrrh? Sure, why not? A lot of us, partake during the holidays. Why not? Yeah, it's a secret. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Thanks, Frankie. You just let the cat out of the bag here now. What's wrong with you? Howdy, Wiley. Wiley's here from Montana. Happy New Year to you. And a belated Merry Christmas. Let me just pause the, oh, come on now. Just went back. Here we go. Just pause this here for a sec. And do that. And yeah, let's take a quick little mid-show break here. Give you a sneak peek at your upcoming midweek. As per usual here, every Wednesday, Vintage Footage Video Day. I like to scour the interwebs and find old footage. The oldest I can find, the older the better. I tend to try to keep the content of the video Canadian, if I can. If not, then the music at least Canadian. And every Wednesday, I upload a little bit of the vintage footage for you. So if you're new to the channel here, first of all, welcome and howdy and thank you and all that good stuff. But yeah, every Wednesday, vintage footage. Every Friday, boots on the ground. And every Sunday, back here for the live show. Because, we like to do the live show here on the Sundays. Have a little fun.
You know what I mean? All right, we're having a good time.
So with that said, let me cue up, give you a sneak peek at your upcoming midweek. It's New Year's, vintage footage from the 1940s. It's just a fun little video of I think this is some home movies of just a New Year's house party, excuse me. And let me just get it queued up here. It's not very long, actually. It's only about 3 minutes as well. 3.5 minutes. Yeah, just over 3.5 minutes. And again, this is New Year's Eve house party, 1940s, 3.5 minutes long. Let me get that going here, and then we'll see you on the other side of 3.5. All right. Cheers, everyone.
New Year's Eve is over. I had a nice time. I'm with my baby now, and everything's fine. Did you have a ball New Year's Eve? Did you have a ball on New Year's Eve? It will come again, but baby, not too soon. 365 days, and maybe a honeymoon. New Year's Eve is over. I had a nice time. I'm with my baby now, and everything's fine. Did you have a ball on New Year's Eve? 365 days, and maybe a honeymoon. New Year's Eve is over. I had a nice time. I'm with my baby now, and everything's fine. Did you have a ball on New Year's Eve?
All right, and we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Hello, how's it going? Frankie here, New West Reset. New West Reset Live, episode 98 here for the New Year's party subscriber Q&A. Thank you very much for shooting in, joining a fella here for another one, another live on this Sunday, December 29th, 2024, the last live of the year. The last live of the year. Happy New Year to you. Still a decent day here in Calgary, just after 6 p.m. local time. -6 Celsius. That's like 20 Fahrenheit-ish. It could be worse. Could be better. But it could be worse. Cheers to you on this New Year. Well, early New Year. The New Year's show. As mentioned at the top of the show, no real topic per se, just a subscriber Q&A. If you have any questions for me, just pop them into the chat in the box there. I'll try to get to them. And yeah, we're just coming back from giving you a sneak peek at your upcoming midweek. That'll be coming up Wednesday, January the 1st, 2025. What'd you think of that? Some nice tunage there. Yeah. Hippie says, "Ah, lovely music." Bill Powell says, yes. Yeah, early 60s. Who was that now? The Lamplighters or somebody like that? I can't remember. But yeah, it's going to make some babies music. Kathy says, "I need my poodle skirt and bobby socks on." Yeah, the doo-wop. You got to love it. I love that stuff, man. You know, if you've been around here on the channel for a while now, you know I kind of like the old stuff for the music, like the 70s classic rock, the 60s, 50s. I like blues and jazz from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. Actually, blues, I like blues right across the board. It could be recorded in 1915 or it could have been recorded in 2015. If it's blues, I like it. It's just how I'm wired. Yeah, we need Marty McFly with his guitar for that one. So yeah, thank you for joining me here, and thanks for, as usual, for winding down your weekend here with yours truly on this Sunday Fun Day. I'm basically just hitting those to give me excuses to have more sips there while those things play, you know.
So, Tommy, where have you been, huh? I've been watching New West Reset. Huh? Well, you know, it's New West Reset. It's just thing on YouTube. He goes around, he does his boots on the ground thing. They'll tell you.
Anyway, thank you for joining me. Appreciate it. Happy New Year to you. A belated Merry Christmas to you. As mentioned at the top of the show, if you haven't already, give a guy one of these. You know, it just kind of helps to push me out into the thing as we make our way to 2,000 subscribers. Thank you to everybody who's already shared and subscribed. Seen a few faces and a few names on the channel here in the past little while, so welcome. Thanks for joining in on the shenanigans up here in Canada land up here, eh, buddy? Yes, thank you very much. Whoops, I hit the wrong. I'm having too much of the giggle water wobbly pop already. I hit the wrong comment there. I meant to highlight this one. Frankie is taking questions tonight. Please write them in capital letters. Yeah. Subscriber Q&A. So if you have a question for a fella, all caps helps me to see it, but just type it into the box there in the chat. Let me know what's what. That's what Kathy was getting at. Yes, because Vaughn, Old World, Underworld says a lot of old souls here, actually. And Kathy responding, we've all been here before. It certainly seems that way. Maybe that explains why when I was a kid, still living in Montreal, we'd go to visit my grandparents on their little farm there. And all my aunties and uncles would be there. And sometimes a couple of my granddaddy's brothers would be there, some of my great uncles. And all those kids would be outside playing. If it was in the winter, we'd go sledding or tobogganing. In the summer, we'd be out playing in the woods, building forts, or my cousin Mike and my cousin Steve and I would be playing Star Trek. Sometimes we played cops and robbers, and sometimes we'd play cowboys and Indians. But mostly we played Star Trek. But I would get tired of it right quick and head into the house. I'd just sit with the grown folk, the older folk, the adults, while they're sitting around having drinks or having tea and coffee and smoking a bazillion cigarettes and, just talking adult stuff, right? Politics and what Jim's doing down 6 miles down the road with that back 40 of his property that's overgrown with whatever, and the beavers dammed up the creek and he's trying to whatever, and just as a kid, I was just fascinated to sit there, just sit right here and shut up. And that's what I would do. I would just sit there and be quiet, just looking up and looking around, listening to the grown folks talk. And maybe that's why. We've all been here before in some manner or another. I don't know. Maybe it's just the giggle water talking. I don't know. Thank you, Bill. Bill Powell's in the box says, those Joe Pesci things are awesome, eh?
Yeah, I'm known to do a pretty good Joe Pesci impression over here, eh? You freaking no good rotten mutt, you, eh? I gotta try to watch my language over here, so I'm just kind of doing it like this, with just the foul language thing by substitutions of it. You freaking understand what I'm saying over here? So now you know what I'm talking about with the whole New West Reset thing.
No.
What?
No.
What I said about Frankie Fingers. That Frankie Fingers and New West Reset are the same.
Wait, what? I don't know. I just like goofing around. Wiley in the box says Joe Pesci is kind of like a beaver. He kind of is. You look at him, you think, hey, kind of small, kind of cute, kind of funny. Funny how? Like how I talk? Hey, don't get me started. Like I'm a clown? Like I make you laugh? I amuse you? I'm here to amuse you? No, Anthony, he's a big boy. He knows what he said. What the fuck is so funny about me? Tell me. Right? Anyway. Thanks. That's a legit impression, man. Yeah, I have fun with that one. These are sort of B+ level impressions. I'm not the best. I'm no Rich Little over here or whatever. I don't know. That's my generation of people that used to do celebrity impressions. You're aging yourself when you make reference to guys like Rich Little, from the old Tonight Show. Sometimes he'd be on the Merv Griffin show. He would do all the shows, right? Rich Little. He wasn't selling any books or promoting any records. No, they would just have him on. He was one of those guys that was just always on those shows for whatever reason. Yeah, maybe he was in Vegas doing a show. So he'd go on the Carson show to promote that. But most of the time, I think he was just hanging around the studio, and they're like, oh, we got 10 minutes to kill. Let's put a Rich Little out there so he can do his Ronald Reagan impression for everybody. Well, before I speak, I would like to say something. You know, that kind of nonsense. But yeah, he is kind of like a beaver. He's kind of small and kind of cute, kind of weird and kind of funny. But you get him angry, and he'll attack. And let me tell you something. You do not want to get attacked by a beaver. First of all, they're bigger than you think. Okay, a beaver is not like, oh, it's about 3 times the size of a squirrel, eh, buddy? No. A beaver's probably as large, if not larger, than your dog, depending on what kind of dog you have. Beavers are big, man. They're big. They're bigger than gophers. Then you get that tail on them, that weird, flat, leathery platypus tail. They slap with those tails. And that's not, let me just tell you something. I'll put it to you this way. It's not like getting, I don't know, tickled by a feather duster, you know? It doesn't feel like you got 6 kittens licking you, okay? It's not fun. Don't ask me how I know now. I'm just telling you. The guy's got to have some secrets to himself, okay? I've really only, like I said, it's sort of a B plus level, right? And there's only a few, so I just tend to break them out often. And then people are just deluded into thinking that Frankie's impressions are brilliant. Thank you, hippie. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now I'm just being your typical Canadian, where I don't take compliments very well. I feel awkward and bashful. I'm shy. I'm shy. I've heard tell of a beef squatch. You look out for that one now. You think the man bear pig is terrifying. A beef squatch. It's half man, half beaver, half Sasquatch. You got to look out for that thing.
That doesn't make sense.
Cousin Vinny in the box says it's funny in person watching that voice come out of Frankie's face. Funny how? Like how I talk? Anyway. Old World Underworld, my friend Vaughn says, you honestly have a responsibility as a creator to deliver good impersonations. The crowd demands it. Okay. Well, there you go. I guess rather than Q&A, I think I did this last year for the new year, was a subscriber Q&A with some half-hearted 80% there. I'll go with the 80-20 rule. 80% there impressions. So, hey, I'll tell you what, in the box, if you have a question for me, put it in the chat, put it in the box. Or if you want to throw a name out there, let's see if I can do an impression of it. Now, don't go crazy now. Don't make it super hard or really obscure, right? Like we're talking run-of-the-mill, but like a George Clooney doesn't count. They got to have kind of a distinct voice, right? Like George Clooney's just got a regular vanilla modern actor mumble voice, right? So, you know, it's see now the questions for Frankie Bubkus. I got like 4 questions. Not to downplay it, they were very interesting questions. I've never really thought about lighthouses that much. That lighthouse question was very good. A couple of good questions there. But as soon as I mentioned impressions, boom, it's coming out of the woodwork. Trump, Jay Leno, Trump. Yeah, I've been working on it. He's tougher than you think, because really my impression of Trump is based on just watching other people do impressions of Trump, right? So, um, so I'm just doing another guy doing the Trump voice, I guess. Maybe I should watch more news footage of old Donald J's speeches, maybe, or something, to get a little bit of a better handle on the accent, with the speech pattern and whatnot for the impression. But definitely the Trump that's easiest to do is the little bit of the older Trump, right, from that shitty show, The Apprentice, that he had back there. It was like a reality show. You're fired. Yeah, I went up to Canada. Nice people, great people, fantastic people. That's about it for my Trump. It's not so good. Jay Leno. Wow, that's Jay Leno. I don't know. I'd have to work on that one. He kind of sounds a bit like a Muppet, a little bit. I almost kind of want to do the chin at the same time, which I think kind of helps a little bit with the Jay Leno. Yeah, I'd have to work on that one. My name's Jay Leno. I like to collect cars, and I managed to wrestle the Tonight Show away from David Letterman. So I don't know. See, B. In fact, I wouldn't even say that's B plus. B minus. It's a B minus. Just will give me slightly above a C grade on that one, just for the on the on the spot attempt. Are we shareholders? Like shareholders, which means you can just demand that Frankie just does a Sylvester Stallone impression, and everything has to just grind to a halt. Just shut it down, so Frankie can do his Sylvester Stallone impression, right? Or his Robert De Niro impression. That's nearly it. Well, I'll take that. That's good enough. There are good Trumps out there. Yeah, there's good Donald J impressions out there for sure. There's definitely some good DJ impressions out there. I'll work on it. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a promise. I'll work on the Donald and the Jay. I'll work on the Jay Leno, just for shits and giggles.
I wet my jockeys here.
Jack Nicholson was just high as fuck when he was filming that scene. Anyway, what do you say we get back to a few more of the vintage footage videos here we're playing while we're goofing around. You know what? I'm gonna play a couple here that got some music in them, because you know what? I'm in a music mood. So I'm going to play them with the sound on, just for the heck of it. And if you could let me know once again in the box there in the chat, if you could hear it, okay. I think I got this in the right setting. Yeah, because when I hit full screen, it takes up my full screen, and then I can't. Thank you, Hippie. I appreciate that. Adam Sandler impression. Wow. I mean, just the silly Adam Sandler, I guess. My name is Adam Sandler, and I'd like to sing funny songs. My name is Adam Sandler, and won't you sing along? There you go. Not the best. Do you do Pacino? Oh, Pacino's a tough one to do there. Oh, Pacino's a tough one there. Because you got the old Pacino, but then you got the young Pacino. And that's totally different guys. These Pacino guys. Your son wants a crumpet. We'll give him a crumpet. You can't deny a crumpet. You cannot. Especially if it's tea. if you got tea, if it's time for tea and somebody wants crumpet with the tea, that's it. That's it. You can't deny the crumpet. There's no denying the crumpet. Anyway, let me hit play on this thing. We'll get some music going, and we'll still look at some vintage footage. This is some footage from Ottawa from 1938. And the band is a great Canadian band by the name of the Tragically Hip. Arguably the best band to come out of Canada since ever. Some would say since Rush. I love Rush. Rush are fantastic. They're one of the greatest of all time. But I'm more of a Hip fan. It's just more, they were big in the late 80s, early 90s, right up until the mid to late 20-teens, early 2020s. Rest in peace, Gord Downey. Lead singer, songwriter. Anyway, this is Ottawa, 1938. Now you can hear that okay, right? Please let me know in the sweet, great band. Fox on the Run. Fox on the Run. Oh yeah, that's not the Hip. That's gotcha. Frankie, do you shoot skeet up there in Canada? Excellent question. Been known to do that many times. Paul! Many times. You practice that before, it's hunting season. You got to practice a little bit. I take out my granddaddy's old 16 gauge. That's what I hunt bird with. And by bird, I mean grouse. That's right, grouse. I used to duck hunt, but the wetlands are getting scarce, and the ducks don't like that. So I'm not going to blast them out of the skies. They're having enough problems finding water. Even up here in Canada land, believe it or not. Anyway, so yeah, if you can hear it all right, please let me know. So you're hearing that okay? Yeah? No? I'm not? Oh. No sound. All right. Let's try it a different way here. There's a couple of ways to do it, and one you get sound and one you don't.
Admit it, then we talk, or sit silently and listen to our thoughts, illusions of someday.
Okay, so hopefully now I can hear you fine. Okay, you can hear me 5 by 5. Ad B is here. Party! Happy New Year to you, Ad B. Title saying all good. Wiley giving the thumbs up. That's better. Sounds good. Meow. Excellent. Thanks. Thank you. All right, good. The Hip, ahead by century. Looking at Ottawa, 1938.
Cast in a golden light, no dress rehearsal.
You hear me speaking over.
This is our life.
Check, mic check. What? Sorry. I'll carry away. That's almost a
And
rapper.
that's where the hornet stung me. And I had a feverish dream with revenge and doubt. Tonight we smoke them out. You are ahead by a century. You are ahead by
Ottawa. Yeah, the Parliament building those things still gobsmacking. Ward on it.
Stare in the morning shroud. And when the day began, I tilted your cloud. You tilted my hand. Rain falls in real time. The rain fell through the night. No dress rehearsal. This is alright. But that's when the hornets stung me. Then I had a serious dream with revenge and doubt. Tonight we smoke them out. You are ahead by a century. 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 And disappointing you's getting me down.
Gonna let that keep playing there, eh? There's a couple of other good tracks on there. Yeah, that's when the hornets stung me and I had a serious dream of revenge and doubt. Doubt, oot and a boot, doot. What's this next one? Another great Canadian band, but they're based out of the US. But the band. Only American. Von Hell, great Steve Von Hell, drummer, songwriter, and co-lead vocalist.
Oh, the streets of Rome are filled with rubble.
And let me just pause it and set it up here. So this is footage of Rome. Now this is 1925, and you can see there's still semi-buried buildings, rubble, and destruction everywhere.
Ancient footprints are everywhere. You can almost think that you're seeing double on a cold, dark night on the Spanish stairs. Gotta hurry on back to my hotel room, where I got me a date with a pretty little girl from Greece. She promised she'd be there with me when I paint my masterpiece.
Yeah, the band was great.
Oh, the hours we'll
Definitely had the bluegrass tinge.
inside the Coliseum, dodging lions and a wasting time. Oh, those mighty kings of the jungle, I could hardly stand see all. Yes, it sure has been a long, hard climb. Train wheels are running through the back of my memory. When I ran on the hilltop following a pack of wild geese. Someday everything is gonna shine like a rhapsody when I paint my masterpiece. Sailing around the world in a dirty gondola. Oh, to be back in the land of Coca-Cola. Well, I left Rome and landed in Brussels on a plane ride so bumpy that I almost cried. Clergymen in uniform and young girls pulling muscles. Everyone was there to greet me when I stepped inside.
Hampson in the box.
Eating candy. Had to be held down by big police. But someday everything's gonna be different when I paint that masterpiece.
Buddy's just gonna let this thing keep rolling, I think. There, eh? The next one's nice. Another tragically hip. There's a lot. I got a lot of tragically hip and a lot of Big Sugar on my channel. Two great Canadian bands. So yeah, go figure. Yeah, the next one coming up is this is the Canadian National Exhibition. This one's from 1940. So I think this one's in color, if I'm not mistaken. This might be in color. So a question, Old World, Michigan, in the box asking, did you do a video on the Parliament building? Good question. I have not. I've got a few videos like this on my channel. The, these vintage footage videos that you might see the Parliament building in it, like that one we just saw, the one we just watched. But no, I've never done a sort of I haven't been out there, out east, out. I haven't been out east since sort of, gaining this new set of eyeballs, shall we say. So I haven't had a chance to do boots on the ground out there, although I've been to Ottawa many times, but not for quite a long time. And I haven't done a video on the Parliament buildings. But yeah, no, I would definitely do that. That would be a good topic for, a Sunday live show, like one of these shows. I may have covered a little bit of the Parliament buildings on the Knucklehead show that I do with Old World Exploration. He and I are both Canadians, right? So we have roughly a monthly show, give or take, where we explore different parts of Canada land. I'm sure he's done some stuff. But yeah, I have not specifically on Parliament building, like that main building. And then, there's Parliament building is actually a complex of buildings all on the same sort of property. But yeah, no, I haven't. That library is really the parliamentary library. Yeah, you're right. I should. Done and done. I'll put a pin in that, and we'll definitely get to that, okay? For sure. Excellent suggestion. Excellent suggestion. Mo Sampson in the box saying there's red brick buildings in every town in Nova Scotia. Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, did every town have their own brick factory then? It seems kind of, it just wouldn't make sense. Especially if you've got a town of, like, I don't know, 1,500 people. It's not going to have a massive brickyard, brick factory or anything like that. But they would have dozens and dozens of buildings that are made of brick. So the brick had to come from somewhere. Not easy to get from point A to point B and get it into Nova Scotia. And you got to think, again, that's Atlantic Canada. You got to think from, roughly November until March, there's too much snow. It's just too cold, too much snow. You're not going to be outside stacking bricks and building, a house or a church or a school in, February in Nova Scotia. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, they love to do that too, right? Most saying they're clearly leftovers, and often there are old train stations converted to post offices, etc. Yeah, they love to do that. They'll redesignate stuff. It used to be a post office, and now it's part of a university campus. Or it used to be a library, and now it's part of a university campus. Or it used to be a government building, now it's a museum. That's a favorite. They love doing that one. They love it. It's just, it is what it is. Corey Ash in the box. Howdy, welcome. Knuckleheads of the Bomb. Thank you. Yeah, we have a ball doing that show. We love it. Love doing that show. We're good buddies, and our humor plays off each other well. And we can speak full-on Canadian, eh? We don't need a translator between us, bud. We can just give her. Yeah, well, they love to do that too, don't they, Mo? They'll, it comes in different steps, right? Before they finally can rub their hands together and go, now I can tear down this beautiful old world building. Right? First, they let it become a flea bag, roach-infested crap hole, right? Projects and whatnots, right? They introduce drugs into the neighborhood, which brings up the crime. People get the F out of there. Businesses are tired of getting robbed. They leave. So you end up with these crappy old buildings. Then it gets condemned. Then it gets abandoned. Then everybody's free to throw rocks through all the windows. Hobos camp out in there. Maybe there's a fire in it, but doesn't quite burn down. So then they got to fence it off. And then it just sits there as an eyesore. And then finally, that's the excuse. Well, it's an eyesore and it's unsafe. So then we got to knock her down. It's got to build her up. And it stands for like 60 years, 100 years, whatever they tell us. And then all of a sudden, oh, whoopsie, it's unsafe. Knock her down. It's almost as bad as when, they build a building in 1888 and it's this glorious old world thing with all these embellishments and just mind-blowing antiquitech all over it and whatever. Built in 1888, knocked down in 1928, 30 years. Oh yeah, I was too old. What? They love to do that one too. Yeah, that's right. And afterwards, sorry about that. Sorry, eh? Sorry about that, eh? Yeah, that's where they all came from, Scott. Bricks or Us brought in all the bricks into these hard-to-reach maritime towns in Atlantic Canada. Or anywhere in the boondocks, anywhere in the realm, for that matter. I mean, if you've got a railroad, okay. if you've got like 5,000 people in your town, all right, you probably have a brick factory among other factories, sure. But if you got 1,000 people or 850 people, hell, I've been to some Alberta towns that they have 100 and some people in them. They've never had more than 100 and some people in them, but they've got a 3-story brick building that's like a quarter of a city block, multi-thousands of square feet. And you're like, what? And it's like the Rusty Nail Hotel or whatever, built in 1893. And you're like, huh? Way out here. Okay. Cowboys got to have nice hotels in the 19th century, I guess. Anyway, let's get to some more of this. This is, again, the Tragically Hip. This is the Canadian National Exhibition in Toronto. This is from 1940. So right during WW2, by the way, Canada's already knee-deep in it by this point. National Exhibition, though.
The beautiful love, the dangerous touch. We get to feel small from high up above, and after a glance over the top, the rest of the world becomes a gift shop. The pendulum swings for the horse like a man out over the rail. Is he screaming? The beautiful love, the dangerous time. We get to feel small, but not out of place at all. We're forced to bed, but we're free to dream.
So this Canadian exhibition, the National Exhibition, just to interrupt the cool flow of the music, by the way. I know everybody loves that. Shut up, Frankie. I'm jamming over here. I'm jamming. I even got my ear goggles on, so I can hear the tunage. But anyways, the first one started was held in 1879, I believe, in Toronto. It eventually became an annual thing. But they also had a London-esque Crystal Palace, which was also moved, completely dismantled, and completely reassembled in a new spot, much like the London Crystal Palace. And much like the London Crystal Palace, this steel and glass structure burned to the ground after it was moved. But it was initially at the first Canadian National Exhibition grounds. But yeah, the buildings, a lot of these are still there today, but many, more than the majority of, are unfortunately no longer there. Anyway, back to the music, eh?
All the seeming extra, all the hurting beats, and after a glimpse over the top, the rest of the world becomes a gift shop. forget. And if it's a lie, terrorists may be saying the beautiful love, the dangerous time. We get to feel small from high up above. From high up above.
There's
From high up above. From high up above. From high up above.
yeah, all those statues up there on those columns and all that. Yeah, it's just wood and plaster. You betcha. Just like every other exposition, exhibition, expo, world fair, whatever you damn well call them. One of the things up top where you had it paused. Here, the statues, these columns, the Corinthian capitals on them. Scott says, I got the bacon out. Lights or speakers, maybe. Oh, okay. Let me just move it ahead a bit here, maybe. Yeah, these things here. Yeah, they would be speakers that they've just crudely bolted into the, yeah, these right here, right? Yeah, those are loudspeakers that they crudely bolted into the sides of these beautiful masonry columns, whether it's, I don't know, concrete or brick smeared in schmutz or whatever. Yeah, and then these are, I mean, it's 1940, so I highly doubt they're security cameras, although they could be at this point. But it's Canada land, eh? We don't have the money to throw around for high-tech, state-of-the-art surveillance equipment during WW2, I would imagine. But yeah, lights or speakers or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. That's why that's the exact reason why every Wednesday I put up a vintage footage video. Yeah, the music's cool and we can jam out and look at some cool footage, but it's the buildings in the background. And I try to get a lot of street scenes or people scenes like this because you get to see how the people dressed, what they acted like, how they behaved. I try to speed correct it as well if I can. Sometimes it just kind of fits the tempo or the rhythm of the music if it's in a different speed, but I derail, pun intended. Jenny Malloy is here. Howdy. Greetings from Old World, Sacramento in California. Yay. Thanks for shooting in. That's right. We've just been jamming out here, eh? Anyways. How's it just keep going here, pal? Oh, he's cutting her close there, bud. He's cutting her real close there, eh? Oh. Settle down now. Those are them there crazy barnstormer pilot guys. Dragon Sage here with an excellent question. Frankie, do you think with all this information coming out now about mudflood and resets and the hijack that we'll ever get to the bottom of it and know the truth? I do think so, yes. And I do think that as long in the tooth as a guy like I am now, I'm 54. I think in our lifetime. I think in my lifetime. I think probably in the next, and it's hard to tell, right? Because it's accelerating exponentially. There's some fancy word salad for you all from a pretty dense guy up in Canada land here, eh? But yeah, I think it's speeding up, and more people. It's just the lack of trust that people have had, especially in the last decade, right? Lack of trust with the government and so-called authorities when it comes to certain medical things that required us to wear things on our faces for a while there, a couple of years back, if you see what I'm saying. You know, the coof. You know, that was really the tipping point for a lot of quote-unquote normies. We're like, I've had enough. This is BS, right? They're treating us like mushrooms here. They're feeding us BS and keeping us in the dark. And yeah, exactly. Oh, absolutely, Adby. Absolutely. No sarcasm detected. Well, that's on the playlist there, Kathy. You see, there's a vintage footage playlist available on the channel. And it's, yeah, you get all the good tunage there and all the good videos there. Yeah, I like to show those videos because you get to see how people looked and act and how they dressed and how they sort of what they were doing. Especially the earlier footage, you know, 1880s, 1890s film footage where a lot of people are just walking around. It's like, hey, look out now. You just walked in front of that streetcar trolley tram, dummy. You almost got hit. You got to look both ways before you cross the street there, buddy. Right? So it's stuff like that. Yeah, what's this one? Old World St. John's, 1920. Huh. St. John's, Newfoundland. Newfoundland's nickname is the Rock because it's a rocky island. So you know it'd be right, no problem, just a real cinch to build something like this on a rocky island out there in the Atlantic. Oh, a couple of guys, a couple of cases of beer and some burgers. We'll get that up for you in no time flat there, buddy. Don't you worry, eh? Howdy, Phil. electric streetcar trolley tram thingy, but so they're high tech enough to have developed a municipal electric rail system, but not so high tech that the roads aren't dirt. So it's still a dirt road, and this thing is spraying water to keep the dust down on the dirt streets. But they could still have a electric rail. Anyway. That's good. That's funny. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, we're Michigan in the box. There's so many questions from that short video. Yeah. Was that an Irish band? Let me see here. Nat Keefe and Hot Buttered Rum. That's who that was. Nat Keefe, Keefe, and Hot Buttered Rum. I have no idea. What's this? Oh, okay. All right. Got to give you a caveat on this one here. Now, the Tragically Hip fans will see by the title here, Boots or Hearts? Why, that's a Tragically Hip song. And indeed, you would be correct. It is a Tragically Hip song. But this is a cover version of Boots or Hearts done by, I believe, Big Sugar. So a lot of the comments in the comments section on this, I think back in the day, it's Grady. So the lead singer, lead guitarist of Big Sugar, his name's Gordy Johnson. He had a side project band for a while out of Austin, Texas, believe it or not, called Grady. But yeah, a lot of the comments I think were, I like the original version better. But yeah, this is Gordy Johnson. Sirens in the background, by the way. There you go. Terrific. Anyway, running a really professional show here with the window open so you can hear the ambulance going by. But anyway, yeah, this cover version, Boots or Hearts. This is just various footage I found of horses pulling streetcar trolleys, trams, things. It's the most ridiculous thing that we've all ever seen. It's the pinnacle, the tippy top of shenanigans, if you ask me.
from here. The voice just don't sound right. I left myself on the answer machine back in your town tonight. I feel like I stepped out on the wilderness, all squinty-eyed and confused. And even babies raised by wolves, knowing they're being used. When it starts to fall apart, it really falls apart. Like boots or hearts, when they start, they really fall apart. They really fall apart. Fingers and toes, for the things that we share. 41, if you include the fact that we don't care. They blocked off most of Main Street for your little faith parade. I asked everybody and they all agree I'm lying in the bed I made. When it starts to fall apart, it really falls apart. Like boots or hearts, when they start, they really fall apart. Now, baby, they really fall apart. Talk to you. We got some air to clear. We probably only agree on one thing anyway. That's what the hell is happening here. Fingers and toes for the things that we share. 41, if you include the fact that we don't care. When it starts to fall apart, it really falls apart. Like boots or hearts, when it starts, they really fall apart. When it starts to fall apart, it really falls apart. Cowboy boots and cowboy hearts, they really fall apart. They really fall apart. They really fall apart. They really fall apart.
Phoenix, welcome. Yeah, well, that's the whole point, right? It's redonkulous. Shenanigans. Because, see, the thing is in that video. Oh, dang, I went and undid it again. Hang on here. There we go. The weird thing about that is we see horses pulling just regular buggies, right? A horse and buggy. So you think, well, there you go. That's all you need. Because let's say you're going along the main street, right? And then you realize, oh, I got to stop to the cheesemonger and pick up some cheese on the way home, or the missus is going to tan my hide or whatever. I don't know. So I've got to make a quick left turn here. Well, if your horse is pulling a streetcar, trolley, tram, good luck, man. You can ring the bell maybe and wait till the next stop or whatever, or jump off maybe. Then you're heel toeing it, right? But if you're driving your own horse and buggy, well, you just turn, man. The horse pulling the streetcar cannot leave the track. It's more restricting. It's a step backwards from the horse and buggy. Plus, it just looks ridiculous. In fact, Cousin Vinny and I were talking about that earlier today over lunch with Mrs. Cousin Vinny. because you've got it's like they how did cousin Vinny put it? It's like they pre-planned. They knew ahead of time that electricity was coming. So we're going to build all these streetcars, but in the interim, we'll just have horses pull them until the electric catches up. Then we'll just put some wires up and then hook them up to the electric, and away you go. But the other funny thing about that video, because Scott's saying Hollywood production, well, you could think almost, right? But that footage is taken from Toronto, here in Canada land, London, England, New York City, and Paris, France. And the videos from both Paris, France, and London, England show an electric streetcar, the horse-drawn streetcar, and then horses pulling buggies. So you have this weird overlap where they've already got the electric tram going, but they're still using the horse-drawn trolleys or trams. It's ridiculous. Yes, and that one too. Yeah. The horses, that's why, especially again in England, but you see it in the American Midwest, and I think a little bit in Ontario, in and around the Great Lakes and stuff, right? You see a canal with what they call a footpath, either on both sides or just on one side. And that footpath was for a mule or a horse to pull the barge along the canal. Now, these days, well, they just pave it over and make it a walking, bicycling path where you can walk along the canal and, there's trees and it's a park-like setting. Hell, that's what they did with the Rideau Canal in Ottawa. And they have, boats going up and down the canal and all that stuff. Sure, like smaller boats, pleasure boats and whatnot. Tour boats. You could see the Parliament buildings from the canal there, and the old hotel and whatnot. But yeah, the horses pulling streetcar trams and pulling barges up and down canals. When they had paddle boats, which are shallow bottom boats, and the paddle doesn't have to be submerged that low. They had paddle boats going up and down rivers. Why couldn't paddle boats go up and down canals? They already had steam power. They had steam-powered paddle boats. Nope, got to have these poor beasts of burdens dragging these things everywhere. And the stupid thing was they already had in Europe what was called an omnibus, which was like a double-decker carriage that a team of 2 horses would pull, and it would seat like 80 people. Kind of the precursor to the double-decker bus. They were doing the whole double-decker thing over in London way before the petrol double-decker bus there, the red ones that we all as non-Brits associated with that. But yeah, they were called omnibuses. It was basically a horse-pulled large buggy or carriage or whatever. Just goofy, man. Anyways, what's this? Oh, this is, speaking of the Parliament, some rare interior footage of the Parliament. Now, the footage is not that old. It's from 1957, but it's kind of a rare look inside. And it's, at this point, you get some pretty nice, good quality film. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing too, is because the omnibus would carry just as many people as the horse-drawn streetcar. But again, if you needed to make a deviation from your course, your route, you could, because it was just wheels on the ground, man. They weren't restricted by the track. Well, yeah, of course. Heck, my granddaddy used to have a stubborn mule to pull an old plow before he finally got a plow that was hooked up to the tractor. Yeah, so that's something to see, right? Ad B says, I got a date with the fetal position. Appreciate the company. Take it easy. Excellent sign off. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Cheers to you. Happy New Year. Thanks for shooting in. I appreciate it. Oh, here's some old Victoria in color. Victoria, British Columbia, 1936. uh, yeah, that wasn't, Vienna or some other place in Europe. That was, it was Victoria in Canada, but they're kind of known for their gardens. Well, maybe it's all the coffee and donuts, Bill. Bill Pals in the box says the cop looked like he had to take a dump. Oh. Another cover version, so don't cringe so hard that your teeth shatter. Because you can't even put the mighty Led Zeppelin on your video. They'll shut it right down. Just back her up here for a second. So yeah, you try to put the real Hammer of the Gods, the real Red Zeppelin, on a video on your channel. Good luck there, bot. Nope, they'll claim it, and that's it. They'll block it. They'll take it down. Whatever, right? Now, I'm not monetized here on the channel, so that kind of stuff doesn't bother me. That if they'll demonetize, whatever, it's fine. I have a job. I'll be okay. There's many of you that are kind enough to donate to the channel. Excellent. Thank you. I could put that back into the channel, buy stuff like gimbals for the videos and, new equipment and stuff for the channel. Excellent. Now, if I get a copyright claim, but it's Canadian content and I'm a Canadian channel, the YouTubes don't have a problem with it for some reason. They'll claim it, which means they might actually put an ad on it so that whoever's claimed it can wet their beak. And even that's fine. But they at least won't take her down on a guy if it's Canadian content. So this is Canadian content. This is Communication Breakdown. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's a cover version. But it's Jeff Healey, Canadian bluesman extraordinaire, on guitar. And John Popper from a band called Blues Traveler on the harmonica, or blues harp, as us blues cats call it. He's playing the harp. No, not what the angels play up in the clouds. The harmonicky. So yeah, Canadian content, Communication Breakdown cover. And this is Montreal, 1943. All right, enough of this. Let's hit it. Jeff Healey Band featuring John Popper. Communication Breakdown, Montreal, 1943. Hot diggity. Hot diggity. Where are we at here? 2.5 hours. You know what? I've got to keep going. A guy is going to keep going. What do you think? Let's keep it rolling. I'm having a good time. This, like I said at the top of the show, this is my favorite day of the week. I look forward to with great anticipation. Still get kind of nervous and still get a little fidgety before the show because I look forward to it so much. Whether it's been a good week at work or one of those questionable weeks at work, I always look forward to joining you fine folks here for a little bit of the weekend wind down. So thank you very much for shooting in, joining a fellow here, Frankie, New West Reset. New West Reset Live, episode 98. Happy New Year to you. Early New Year show here. Doing a subscriber question and answer, subscriber Q&A. Whilst watching and listening to some music and watching some vintage footage, kind of a mix between Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve and some cheesy radio call-in show. I don't know. But thanks for joining me here. Thanks for winding down your weekend with yours truly. Just past 7:30 p.m. local time here in Calgary in Purdy, Alberta, Southern Alberta. As always, we're coming at you live for the show. On this, it's still decent weather-wise, even though it's winter time here in Canada land. Still very decent out there on this Sunday fun day. So as mentioned, Happy New Year to you. A belated Merry Christmas to all of you. I hope you enjoying your holiday season. If you haven't already, help a guy out, do all the things down here. That'd be great. Those of you who've already subscribed and shared, thank you very much. Those of you who are tuning in after the fact on this extended edition of the live show, you're watching this after the live, really appreciate all your support as well. Thank you very, very much. Happy New Year, belated Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. All that good stuff. So if... Thank you, Kathy. Kathy Broughton. Go for it, Frankie. Hot diggity dogs, says my pal Bill. William Pals. Yes, more wine. Old World, Michigan in the box. Yes, thank you, Hippie, for reminding me. Jeff Healy, rest in peace. Great Canadian musician. Blind, lost his sight at the age of 6, I believe. Exquisite blues rock guitar player. Super famous and super successful and very talented already by the time he was like 20. And he was in a band and recording stuff. He was in that Roadhouse movie with the Patrick Swayze ghost guy. He played basically himself. And yeah, he died of some kind of the big C, unfortunately. Yeah, which I think was why he lost his vision initially, too. Not a lot of people know that aside from being the lead vocalist and lead guitarist of the Jeff Healy band, fantastic band, he was also a terrific jazz trumpet player. I kid you not, I ain't playing with you over here now. Being serious. Yes, he was one of the greats. He was basically Canada's version of Stevie Ray Vaughan. And they jammed together a number of times, actually. And the late, great Stevie Vaughan was impressed. Yes, the film Roadhouse. Exactamundo. Exactamundo. Just realized Al Pacino's impression is the same as Ric Flair. It's kind of. Al Pacino's kind of a little lower. He makes the weird grunt noises down there. And he's from New York, so he's got that thing too over there. The old Al Pacino. Ric Flair is more like, he's got that, where's he from? He's from like Minnesota or something. But I only know the Ric Flair from him, the pro wrestling, grabbing the microphone from the interviewer guy and just losing his mind, going out of control. Styling, profiling, whoa, jet flying. Crazy. Yeah, that was Art Bell. Another great Art Bell. I remember Art Bell. Thank goodness some genius put his stuff all over the interwebs, so you can still listen to episodes of, what was it, Coast to Coast, Art Bell, or whatever it was called. I can't even remember. I think a lot of people, when they start kind of getting the new set of eyes, if you will, a lot of people are like, yeah, Art Bell, like he was pretty spot on with a lot of stuff. He was way out there, either he or his guests with some stuff, but not his guests, but the call-ins. But he was pretty spot on with a lot of stuff. Bless him, Dave Matthews Band, not the other guy. Ray LaMontagne? No, I've never heard of. Ray LaMontagne. Ray the Mountain. Montagne is a mountain in French. Who's that fella? I'm going to have to use the goggle machine now on that guy. That's the first name that comes up. First name, Ray LaMontagne, American singer, songwriter, and musician. All right. Definitely going to put a pin in that for later. Raymond Charles Jack LaMontagne, to be precise. Can't have too many names. It's from New Hampshire. Yeah, all right, there you go. All right, nice shout out. Thank you. Thank you for the recommendation. Appreciate it. William Pals, my pal Bill in the box, has spent many nights falling asleep listening to Art Bell before the internet. Yes, that's right. Yeah, he was great. You know who else was great? Bill Cooper. William Cooper. God bless him. Another one that you just look back and you're like, hey, that guy is telling us this stuff like 30 years ago, man. A lot of this stuff. Again, some of it's kind of a little woo, but Yeah, see, that's what I thought it was called. The Coast to Coast. Yeah. Old World Michigan says, fun fact, I have 2 eggs standing up since the solstice, December 20th. Post another video tonight. Like chicken eggs? Chicken eggs? Really? I don't know. They could be duck eggs. It could be goose eggs. I don't know. Maybe they're turkey eggs. Maybe they're quail eggs. Maybe he's gets fancy with the eggs and he has the quail eggs going. I don't know. I mean, we know he's in Michigan, so he's not down under. Otherwise, they might be, I don't know, ostrich eggs. I don't know what a guy's got over there. My pop used to say, 3 eggs, too bad. Ah, yes, David Icke, another one, yes. Again, telling us stuff for so long, just banging the drum, and everyone's like, la, 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 I can't hear you. Or they make fun of him. And, of course, then he went off the rails for a little bit there. Got a little out there with some stuff once again, but, it's going to happen, right? It's going to happen. Anyways, should we keep rolling with this? Yeah, we're gonna keep rolling with this. Let's see what's this is Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, 1940s. I'm not sure what the tunage is on this because it's just generic tunage, which sometimes a guy just will put up, the YouTube studio generic tunes, so I don't get too many copyright claims in a row. Because then I think the YouTube pushes you down and they all go. Anyway, sometimes I put up just the generic YouTube music, which isn't bad. Some of it's not bad. So we'll see. This is actually like actual tunage. This, I think, might be. Hold on here. This might be Wilf Carter, who's a Canadian Western singer. Before country was country, it was called Western Swing. The 30s, early 40s. There's a Canadian Western swing singer, kind of in the vein of Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys. It's fiddle music, but you dance to it. It's got a swing to it, almost a jazzy feel to it. Anyway, he's a Canadian guy. He's from Nova Scotia, but he moved to right here in Calgary. And he first he was a cowboy, but he was such a good singer, he started making records, like the 78 records, the old ones, like these ones. One song on each side. You put it on a record player and it turns real fast and it's all scratchy. You know them? Those. Singing cowboy songs and whatnot, and maritime fishing shanty songs. Pretty sure this is Wilf Carter. Anyway. What a lovely tune for a lovely part of the country. Absolutely glorious out there in the Atlantic East Coast of Canada land. What artist sang Bob Wills is still the king? Have I got a treat for you? Out of my private collection of 78 RPM phonograph records, I've got, this is Bob Wills and Texas Playboy, Silver Dew on the Bluegrass Tonight on Columbia. Flip side is Texas Playboy Rag. Let's see what else I got here from my collection. There's Big Rock in the Road on Columbia, Bob Wills, Texas Playboys. And the B-side is I'm going to be boss from now. Sorry, I'm going to be boss from now on. The old shellac platters, as we call them. Yeah, I got some Bob Wills. I also got some Roy Acuff as well. And some Hank. What's this one? No, Fat Boy Rag, Bob Wills. And flip side is you should have thought of that before. You should have thought of that before. So yeah, there you go. Some Bob Wills for you. So once again, thank you very much for joining me here. We're going to just let it roll here a little longer. Frankie, New West Reset Live. Happy New Year to all of you. Thanks for shooting in and winding down your weekend here with yours truly. Really appreciate it. Scott Pike's gone Betty by us. Happy New Year to you, Scott. You didn't hear that last tune? Really? You're kidding me? No. You didn't hear any of that? Oh, man. Amateur hour. Amateur hour. Did you see it? You probably didn't even see it. Oh, for the love of Pete. Huh.
Talk about Texas, Kentucky, and Maine. They talk about London, Paris, and Spain. But there's a little island I long there to be.
Can you hear me now? Sheesh. I'm glad you told me now. I'm glad you told me now. Really? You thought it was intermission. I do have an intermission video for when I do have to take an intermission. Thank you. Thank you, Sage. Dragon Sage saying 5x5 now. Hippie Shake. Nope. Didn't hear a tune either. Nothing. Bubkus. We just saw your screen. I thought you'd gone for a break. Well, while I thought the video was playing, I went and fished out them records. Sheesh. For the love of all that's sacred.
Prince Edward Island is heaven to me.
All right, well, here we go.
The shores are so pretty, the fields are so green, the roads are so winding with such pretty scenes. The air is so pure and the people so gay. Prince Edward Island, I'm coming to stay. There's swimming and hunting and fishing galore. The sun shines so bright on its long golden shore. The Lord made this island for all men to see. Prince Edward Island is heaven to me.
Too much of the rosé bubbly, I think, maybe. That's my excuse for the technical difficulties.
You know, folks, there are 10 provinces in the Dominion of Canada, each beautiful in its own respect, such as British Columbia, Quebec, Alberta, Newfoundland, New Brunswick, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and Saskatchewan. But Prince Edward Island to me is the one. The soil is so fertile, so rich and so rare. It yields such potatoes which none can compare. The tourists are welcome to walk its red soil, for farmers are happy to work and to toil. There's thousands of islands in this land of ours, like dots in the ocean or two on the flowers.
Yeah, right?
A touch of God's great hand this island must be. Prince Edward Island is heaven to me.
All right, now we're back on track. Oh man. Yeah, eat your taters. Eat your tatas now. Grown in that rich red soil out there in Prince Edward Island. Again, as mentioned, beautiful. Now you see what I'm talking about. Now you're like, Frankie. Now I see what you're saying about the beautiful part of the country out there. Sorry, I'm just wondering what's going on here. I'm just going to queue up some more stuff. So I went to click onto my HooTubes. Hello. Testing 3. Can you hear me? Testing 1. I'm getting some here, but I'm back. Let me just double check something here. I think I'm back. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. That was very strange. That was very, very strange. All right. Sorry about that, people. I don't know. You can hear my voice. You can see me okay. I think we're all good. Bob's your uncle, I believe. Robert is your mother's brother. Okay, great. Wow, that's strange. All right, sorry about that. Sorry, eh? I'm not sure what happened there. Anyways, I'm going to queue up some more vintage footage videos. And keep this freight train of pain rolling here. I don't know what happened. Sorry, eh? Vintage footage. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Let me just see where we're at, and should be good to go. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, here we go. Sure. Yeah, we'll get this one queued up there. All right. Thanks for hanging in there, folks. I appreciate it. Okay. So hopefully you can see that. I'm going to say, yes, you can. So we should be good to go. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can you smell The Rock? It's cooking. I cannot do an impression of The Rock. Settle down now. Sheesh. What's this? Life's a Carnival. Oh, the band. Carnival footage from the 1930s. Oh, this is going to be very unsafe. Very, very unsafe. This is an old video. This is from 2 years ago also. Look how old my opening thing is. So old.
You can walk on the water, drown in the sand. You can fly off a mountain top, anybody can. Run away, run away, run away, run away. It's the restless age. Look away, look away, look away, look away. You can turn the page. Hey, buddy, would you like to buy a watch real cheap? Here on the street, got 6 on each arm and 2 more on my feet. Life is a carnival, believe it or not. Life is a carnival, 2 hits a shot. Saw a man with the jinx in the 3rd degree, trying to deal with people.
Sorry, again, I hate to interrupt the flow of the tunage there, buddy. But just take note that there's people just with small children on their laps, and these death-defying rides made of steel, whipping and whizzing around. It's fine. There's no problem. It's no problem whatsoever. I'm going to roll it back just a bit. Some of these are kiddie rides. Like this train going in a circle from hell, that's a kiddie ride. It's terrifying. Terrifying. Sorry, here we go. Yes.
Saw a man with the jinx in the 3rd degree.
Riding horses on a track going by in the background too, by the way, on this merry-go-round from the depths of Hades. But then watch back here go by. There's kids riding on they're like the horses that are on carousels, but these are on a track and they just zoom by. Is that safe? Oh yeah, there's kids will just hang on. They're good. Kids are resilient. 7, 8, 9-year-old kids, their bones are like rubber still. They'll be fine. What's going on here? All votes say aye. For what? To keep for getting mildly sauced during a stream? Come on, man. It's just because I'm not much of I'm a teetotaler. It's just because it's the holidays. It's New Year. I'm with my friends here and on the show. Winding down my week. Last week I had the rum and eggnog because it was Christmas, man. It was Christmas. I'm not going to start chugging brewskis every show. All right, Sunday, it's time to get hammered with Frankie. Here we go. Anyways, watch these in the background. It's blink and you miss it moment. I'm sorry, but boom, there we go.
Saw a man with a chase.
Hang on, kid, you're going for a ride. Boom. So that's the thing, is everybody saying I, yeah. Keep tossing them back, bud. Oh, man.
In the third degree, trying to deal with peace.
See, there's the little kids holding a kid and waving. Hi.
People, you can't see. Take away.
It's just a thing suspended by cables. Just hang on to your child now. In fact, that child shouldn't even be on this ride. If I was the carny, the creepy carny guy that operated these things, maybe not back in the 30s. They probably wore uniforms back then. Your bus driver, your milkman guy, they all wore like those hats and a tie, and the whole bit, right? They look like Air Force uniforms, but it's the guy. I got a parcel for you here, Mrs. Johnson. The sign here. Thank you. But I mean, today the carnies are, well, no offense to any carnies listening, but the 80-20 rule default, a lot of yous are kind of sus, kind of sketch. See what I'm saying?
This house of mirrors, give away all the souvenirs.
Maybe. Oh yeah, I could just. That's terrible. Just adopt another one. That is terrible. That is. Oh man, that's pretty borderline. I don't know if we should be saying stuff like that.
You guys have officially made me lose my marbles!
Anyway, we're just having fun here.
We're all in the same boat, ready to go.
Oh yeah. Here's the next line coming up. Spoiler alert. Mr. Levon Helm with I believe Robbie Robertson on backup vocals. The next line is, we're all in the same boat, ready to go off the edge of the world, the flat old world. So let me know in the box what you think of that.
All the souvenirs. We're all in the same boat, ready to go off the edge of the world, that old world.
You hear that? You hear Levon trying to tell us something, maybe? Said that boy down there from Arkansas knows a little something about something.
That old world.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just the guy that's just asking. I'm just wondering if the boys in the band, literally, we're just trying to sneak a little something. I'm just asking.
Let me ask you something. How come you asking so many jackassy questions?
The street is a sideshow from the past to the corner. Life is a carnival. It's in the book. Life is a carnival. Take another look.
Look at this damn death trap. Yeesh. I mean, don't get me wrong. This looks fun. I'd pay 2 bits to go on that thing, or whatever it was. I don't know. It's 1930s. It's probably 50 cents. I don't know. Maybe. No, probably 25. Probably 2 bits, 25 cents. I don't know how 25 cents, a quarter of a dollar, became known as 2 bits. But At least that's what we used to. It was an old timey what they used to call them. Or am I crazy? I don't know. Vaughn, Old World Underworld says, I think he was just kidding when he said we're all in the same boat, ready to float off the edge of the world. Flat old world. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. And you'd bounce around, and it was extra fun if Pops hit a few potholes on purpose or whatever. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell, I used to remember sit on my daddy's knee, and he would work the pedals, and I would work the steering wheel, driving to my grandparents' farm. I was 5. Volkswagen Beetle. Yeah, there's no power steering on that. At all. At all. Anyway, back to the... That's a gap. 30s. Not fair.
Hey, buddy, would you like to buy and watch real cheap here on the street? I got 6 on each car to hold on my feet. Life is a carnival, believe it or not. Life is a carnival, 2 gets a shot. Life is a carnival. Life is a carnival. Life is a carnival.
Oops. Whoops, I pressed a button. Now I don't know what's going to go on anymore. Oh, wow. Anyway. The band. Life's Carnival. Let's see, I'm just randomly scrolling through now. By the way, it's still technically a Q&A, so I've been keeping my eye on the chat. If you have any questions for a fella, just shoot them in there in the chat, in the box. See what's what. Let's see here. See what? Oh, here we go. Trying to grab some stuff that's got some decent tunage. You try and get some good tunes going there, eh, bud? You know, the band, excellent. Here we got it's going to be a lot of Tragically Hip. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not gonna fib here on you now. This is Tragically Hip, the 100th Meridian. Early 1940s, Indigenous First Nations people's footage and stuff in the prairies. When are Chris and you coming to Oz? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should do an episode of Knuckleheads at least. Down under there, mate. Good day. And Wallaby and all that there. Sorry. It's again another B- impression of a Australian accent. And I know the accent's regional, so it's going to be different from here to there. And New South territories and the eastern townships of the northern section territory. I don't know. You guys have states and territories there, as I recently learned. I'm like, huh. It's pretty good. The United States have states. I mean, hey, it's right there in the name. The United States. Canada has provinces, but we also have territories. But Australia's like, oh yeah, well, guess what? We have states and territories. And we're like, get pretty fancy there, eh, bud? States and territories. It's pretty good.
Me debunk an American myth. Take my life in my hands. Where the Great Plains begin, at the 100th meridian. At the 100th meridian, where the Great Plains begin. Driving down a corduroy road, weeds standing shoulder high. Pharaoh Street is rusty, off in the distance. At the 100th meridian, at the 100th meridian, at the 100th meridian, where the Great Plains begin. Left alone to get gigantic, hard, huge, and haunted. A generation so much dumber than his parents came crashing through the window. A raven strays along the line of a road, carrying a muddy old skull. The wires whistle their approval. Off down the distance, at the 100th meridian, at the 100th meridian.
You can hear this, right? By the way, oh yeah, you can. All right. Sheesh. You're ruining the groove again, Frankie. Sheesh.
Where the Great Plains begin, at the 100th meridian, 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 where the Great Plains begin. I remember Buffalo, and I remember Angelo. It would seem to me, I remember every single fucking thing I know. If I die of vanity, promise me they bury me someplace I don't wanna be. You'll dig me up and transport me unceremoniously away from swollen sea breeze, garbage bag trees, whispers of disease, acts of enormity, and lower me slowly and sadly and properly. Get right rooter to sing my eulogy at the 100th meridian, at the 100th meridian, at the 100th meridian, where the Great Plains begin. At the 100th meridian, 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 where the Great Plains begin.
By the way, you don't see them when you get a sneak peek of your vintage footage here on the show. Every Sunday on the live show, I give you a sneak peek at your upcoming Wednesday vintage footage. You don't see the lyrics for the songs on the sneak peek or like right now, but on Wednesday when a guy just pops her up on there, you get the lyrics to the songs there in the description box below there too. Yeah, I love that line, garbage bag trees. Yeah. Gord Downie was a poet. He was a poet. Let's see what I put up here for, this is last year. New Year's. What's going on? What was going on New Year? New Year Winter Fun, 1909 to 1929. This is what went up for the New Year vintage footage video last year.
It's almost New Year, snow's still falling down. Yes, it's almost New Year, the snow's still falling down. And my baby ain't here to hold me. I'm the loneliest man in town. My baby won't write, and she won't call me on the telephone. My baby won't write, she won't call me on the telephone. I've got a feeling way down deep inside, my baby's coming home. The mailman stopped this morning, pushed a letter under the door. Mailman stopped this morning, pushed a letter under the door. And my baby said, Dad, I'm coming home. Never, never let me go. My baby's coming home this morning. I'm happy as a man can be. My baby's coming home this morning. I'm happy as a man can be. Yes, my heart is full of joy, and I'm lit up just like a Christmas tree.
I fooled myself. There's a that was a false finish. There's a little bit more to the video. There's a little bonus reel to this. But yeah, when they were doing the sliding down the ice slides, the tobogganing, as we call it, that was in Quebec City. You could see the Chateau Frontenac in the background there. The skating was on the frozen Rideau Canal in Ottawa. And the snowball fight scenes were in Montreal, I believe. And this, I can't remember where this is from. This might actually be from, this footage might be from the US. It might be from, like, I don't know, Wisconsin or something. Actually, no, I stand corrected. The ice skating is Montreal, the ice slides, Quebec City, and the snowball fight is in Savannah, Georgia. People are losing their minds. It snowed in Georgia, y'all. I almost did the exaggerated old-timey Southern Colonel voice from the Bugs Bunny Looney Tunes cartoon. You know, the, oh, Belvedere, come here, boy. You know. Kind of sounds a bit like Yosemite Sam. Let's see what this next one's all about. All boot. Yeah, this is where they purposely burnt down some buildings to take them down so they could put a dam in there. This is in Altsville, Ontario. Footage is fairly recent-ish, a little bit more modern, 1958. But they decided that we've got to get rid of this town because a dam's going in here, so this town's going to be flooded and whatnot. So we got to get rid of all these buildings. Say, boss, should we just move them? We could just move them, eh? No. Yeah, we could just like take them down and reassemble them. I do it all the time. We could do up nice there, bud. No. We're just going to burn them down. And then we can have a study of how buildings burn, and it'll help out the firefighters. So they burnt down this town and filmed it to study it. Yeah. It's weird stuff, man. Weird stuff. Fuck. Foghorn Leghorn. I said that's a joke, boy. The kid's a little hard in the head. You don't quite understand. I was trying to tell you a joke there, son. William Powell says, whoops, I was having so much fun that I let my phone battery die and I had to recharge it and start it back up. Well, I was having so much fun, I think I accidentally kicked myself out of my own stream a while ago. So there you go. Yeah, my tech savvy is contagious, apparently. It's the savvy that's not so savvy. You savvy? By the way, smoke them if you got them, and put the ear goggles back on. Put the cans on again, because got us if you pardon the pun, a real barn burner on this track. This is Big Sugar. Hammer in my hand. Before this thing rocks off, let me say howdy to Morgan, Isabella Live 2.0. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. And a belated Merry Christmas to you there, bud. Yeah, see, there you go. It fits with the theme here now, because this lovely church is going to go up, a school, a bunch of buildings. Yeah, you name it, man. Just burn her down, bud. Burn her down.
So much trouble in this time, so many stairs to climb. Build your house upon the sand, you know that it won't stand. Got my hammer in my hand. It ain't rocks and gravel, don't it? To build that wall around it. The rock's so high, no baby, until I can't get away. And the rock's so hard, no mama, had a hammer all night to break it. It's the thing that I can't let, baby, makes me wanna take it. Still so many hands to hold, lies I have not told. Let my conscience be my guide, when I know I'm to confide, I feel it start to slide. It ain't rocks and gravel, don't it, to build that wall around it. The rock's so high, no baby, until I can't get away. And the rock's so hard, no mama, and I hammer all night to break it. It's the thing that I can't have, baby, it makes me wanna take it. She's 19 years old. She's 19 years old. She's 19 years old. baby child. You see, I can't grab a donut to feel that war around it. The rock's so high, no baby, till I can't get away. And the rock's so hard, no mama, and I hammer all night to break it. It's the thing that I can't have, baby. Makes me wanna take it. Said it makes me wanna take it. It makes me wanna take it. Said it makes me wanna take it. Here it is, I'm ready to break it.
Yeah, horror show, exactly. Yeah, terrible. I know. It's kind of tough to watch, right? Yeah. You know. Old World, Michigan in the boxes. Fire departments. Am I right?
Well, that's just silly.
Silly, yes. Idiotic, yes.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to keep it going for a little while longer here. What do you say? Let's we're tunage going here. Let's look at some. Let's go from fire to water here. Look at some ocean-going vessels, tall ships, and whatnot. It's footage from between 1905 and 1930, so pretty early on. Just letting this play through here with the mutage. Oh, yeah, it's because I still got a little bit left in my copper up, by the way. Still got a little bit left in the bubbly here. I let it go to waste there, but you know.
I've got a job, I explore, I follow every little web. I've bought my life, smell like this. Find a place, ancient race, the kind you'd like to gamble with, yeah. Where they'd stamp on burning bags of shit. Looking for a place to help and making stops along the way. Hey. Wayward hope, where we go. It's a shame to leave this masterpiece with its gallery gods and its garbage bag tray. I'll paint a scene from memory so I know who murdered me. It's a vain pursuit, but it helps me to sleep. Look Looking for a place to help and making stops along the way. Hey, looking for a place to help and making stops along the way. Hey,
Yeah, so do I.
looking for a place to have. Hey, making stops along the way. Hey, shock, right this way. Put your coat up on the bed. Hey man, you've got the real bum's eye for clothes. And come on in, sit right down. No, you're not the first to show. We've all been here since God who knows. Looking for a place to help and making stops along the way. Hey, looking for a place to help and making stops along the way. Hey, Shakachi, right this way. Put your coat up on the bed. You got the real bum's eye. Come on in. Sit right down. We've all been here.
Yep, another tragically hip tune. I know, shocking. Shocking. Can't help it. Can't help it. So dang good. A guy could put more Rush on the channel, though, I think. And Neil Young. Oh, yes, we can't forget about Neil Young. Neil Young. Anyway. What do you say we keep it rolling for another one? Sure, why not? This will be a good one, and it'll be a nice segue into the next thing. Headphones. Turn her up. Turn her right up there, bud. As much as she'll go, and then give her another little twist there, eh? On the old knob for the volume there, bud. 1904, I'll start her over because I'm blabbing again. Stop blabbing. 1904, Toronto fire. You got to pay close attention on this one. I believe this is some of the rare footage that's out there where you actually see them dynamiting or TNTing or black powder bombing buildings to destroy them in order to prevent them from the fire destroying them. No, we're creating fire breaks by blowing up buildings. And I believe this footage has some of that there. Yes, there it is. Right here. Guys, put it right in the description for you. Pretty sad footage from the Toronto Fire of 04. Note the dynamite usage. So, yeah. All right. Now they've set that up. There you go.
Just about sunrise. Just about sunrise. Just about sunrise. I got these blue tears burning my eyes. Knocking on your door. I'm knocking on your door. Knocking on your door. I'm in misery. Won't you help me? Said I love you too. I love you too. Said I love you too. Let me come inside. It's cold out here. I'm all alone. I'm all alone. Yes, I'm all alone in this mean old town since you put me down. And I'm running so cold. I'm running so cold. Till I'm running out cold and I'm bleeding with you, baby, about the break of dawn. Just about sunrise. Just about sunrise. Just about sunrise. I got these blue tears burning my eyes. Just about sunrise. Just about sunrise. Just about sunrise. Got these blue tears burning my eyes. Just about sunrise. Just about sunrise. Just about sunrise. I got these blue tears burning my eyes.
All right, there you go. Big Sugar, just about sunrise, 1904 Toronto fire. And kind of a blink and you'll miss it moment, kind of a thing there with the dynamite action. But yeah, very telling. Very telling. I don't remember seeing that in any other footage. I'm sure there's some out there, but that's I was about to say if memory served, and memory did serve. A guy remembered that pretty decent there. So once again, thank you for joining me here. Loose Sapphire is in the house. Howdy. Hippie Shake is here. Vaughn's here as well. My pal Bill, William Pals, good to see you. How's she going there, eh, Bod? Dragon Sage there. He's Canadian too there, buddy. Kathy's here. Good to see you. Wiley down in Montana land is here. Thanks for winding down your weekend here with yours truly. Absolutely. Fire department. Yeah, that pretty much says it all, doesn't it? Old World, Michigan. So thank you very much for joining me, winding down your weekend here with yours truly. Coming up about 4 hours. What the heck's going on, Frankie? Man, you can jabber. Happy New Year to you. Belated Merry Christmas. So that was Big Sugar. Don't let, if anybody comes up to you and says, there's this Gordie Johnson guy from Canada, and he can't really play guitar that well, you give that person a slap right in the face, right across the mouth. I'm telling you, it's, okay, maybe that's a little too much. I'm just having fun.
You know what I mean? All right, we're having a good time.
But you get my drift. The kid can play. Now, well, he's not a kid, but you see what I'm saying. And that segues into, you know what? It's New Year. I'm going to give you a double sneak peek. But instead of giving you a sneak peek, a little, hey, bud, come here. Let me show you something. Giving you a little peek at what's coming up for Wednesday for the vintage footage. I'm going to give you a little bit of a peekaboo here of my coolest finds of 2024 video that's going to go up on Friday. What do you think of that? What do you think of them apples? Right there. Huh? It's not bad, right? Sure, why not do that? I just got to open up the file thing here and give you a running commentary on what I'm doing as I'm trying to do it. And yeah, this is basically my 2024 year in review. And yeah, it's got some Big Sugar. It's got some Gordie. It's got some Gordie in it. Playing that fine guitar.
Sisters, are you ready? Myself from getting plowed under, 'cause everywhere I look I see people who suffer for the things in life they can't get enough of. Me, I got lightning running through my wire. I'm gonna walk and never get tired, 'cause this is a game of Red Rover where they send the righteous on over. As the struggle gets hotter and hotter, you wanna feel your head slip below the water. If you think you need to get a little higher, just be careful 'cause you walk through the fire. This is the game Red Rover, send the righteous on over. This is the game Red Rover. Brothers and sisters, are you ready? Hey, Red Rover. Brothers and sisters, are you ready? Hey, Red Rover. Brothers and sisters,
There you go. So that's going to be coming up on Friday the 3rd, I believe. Friday the 3rd. So yeah, great tune. And I've found some excellent buildings this past year. I would say about 50% of what you saw in that montage was actually up in Edmonton. There was quite a few buildings in there that were up in Edmonton. Maybe not quite 50, but not quite 80-20. Split the difference, 60-40 there, eh, buddy? 60-40. Yeah, that's the lyrics. You know what? You can't find the lyrics for that spoken bridge portion of that song. I scoured the interwebs because Gordie Johnson's he's a white guy. He's a Caucasian Canadian guy up here, there, eh, buddy? And he's speaking in a fake or phony or put on Jamaican style or Jamaican-esque, cheers by the way, Jamaican-esque patois type of accent, when we all try to make a fake Jamaica accent, man, we say everything Irish, man. We try to make ourselves so that we don't sound too much like Irish, man, it's Irish, not Irish. Irish is a little bit more hoity-toity, really toity-toy, like a limerick. Sorry, that's, of course, very stereotypical B- level impressions once again here on the show. That's how we do it. So that's how Frankie does it here. I know it's absolutely terrible, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, eh, bud? I said I was sorry, eh? All right, so we're coming up on 4 hours here. It's a Q&A. If any of you have any questions for me here, let me know in the box. I'm going to wind it down shortly. Let's have some fun and see if we can decipher some of that stuff that he was saying there. If you see what I'm saying. So I think you can probably hear that. I think, should be able to. Should kind of sort of be able to maybe hear it. Yeah, Irimon, puff puff pass. Yeah, basically. Yeah. So So something about something my Holy Father. So I get like right out of the gates, I ain't getting what he's saying there. Something my Holy Father. Something my Holy Father. But then he says, I praise God and one praise Lucifer, tell them. I praise God and one praise Lucifer, tell them. Wise man don't know the answer. You can't escape the wrath of mighty Father. I'm coming and sure to shake up Jamaica. Looks like me or my something makes them all scatter. Some of you dem one, in other words, some of you who play with fire, some of you are the ones who play with fire. Are the only ones who kill one another. I said, all them who believe in God. ain't none of them gonna suffer, or ain't any none of them gonna suffer. In other words, again, he's trying to do the Wapnin Jamaica, come on. So he's ain't none of any of them gonna suffer. In other words, all those who believe in God aren't gonna suffer. I'm pretty sure I'm still missing a little bit, but he's throwing in like some vocal asides too. Like he'll say, I say, I say, oh, damn, they believe in God. Just want to play it through again. It's a kind of a cool little vocal bridge there. And apparently when they do this song live, or when they did or do this song live, it's a little different every time. So you'd pretty much have to just like approach Gordy after a show and be like, hey, bud, come here. Just want to ask you something there, eh? One Canuck to another there, eh? You're kind of doing this like Jamaican thing there, bud. So what are you saying? Yeah, he is. And he's saying, he's speaking against Lucifer. Yeah. Something like, I give praise to my Holy Father. One man praises Lucifer. And then he says, if you praise Lucifer, then, basically you're playing with fire. And if you play with fire, you're the only type of people that kill one another. But if you believe in God, you're not going to suffer. But yeah, let's listen again here. This is a great track, by the way. Again, if people say that Big Sugar, they're okay. They can't really. This song is a jam, man. Like from the beginning, it's a jam. Yeah. See, wise man don't know the answer. You can't escape the wrath of the mighty Father. Looks like me note make everyone scatter. The way he plays guitar, scaring everybody away, maybe, or something. I mean, he's inserting him. It's an old blues tradition. I'm gonna drop some champagne. Is what I'm gonna do. I had it setting where it shouldn't have been setting. All right, it's fine. It's fine. Don't panic now, people. It's fine. There's hardly any left, which is just a reason to fill her up again there, eh? Just don't knock her over this time, bud. Take her easy. You didn't shatter the glass. So everything's fine. Just keep rolling. Have a little sip. But yeah, these guys are Canadian. So he's putting on a fake accent. But in blues tradition, generally the singer, whether it's male or female, and especially in the old-timey blues, right, where it's just a guy playing guitar, accompanying himself, John Lee Hooker style, Robert Johnson style, or, a woman on piano accompanying herself and singing, like Victoria Spivey style, or a woman on guitar singing and accompanying herself, like Memphis Minnie. But often they would, I'm putting this right up here now, by the way, where she ain't going to be tumbled by a clumsy hand talker. French Canadian, eh? At least half of me is, or 80-20. I talk with my hands a lot, but anyway. They insert themselves into the story or the songs, right? Like that's where you get later on in funk and soul music, James Brown, talking about how bad he is, right? Muddy Waters in the 40s and 50s. How about how bad he was? I'm bad. The macho stuff. Robert Johnson and all these guys would insert themselves into the song subject matter as the main character of whatever story they're singing about. And Gordie Johnson's kind of doing that here a little bit by talking philosophical, you know, and it's ish, or talking spiritually ish in content by saying, you know, like, okay, you got these two guys, you know, there's me, I worship the Holy Father, and there's another man who praises Lucifer. But I tell them, you know, that, you know, you're playing with fire and you're the only ones that kill one another. But yeah, if you believe in God, then you're not going to suffer. But he also does a little bit of the macho bravado self thing in there, that bluesy tradition thing in there when he does that spoken aside, where he talks about, you know, he's here, he's going to shake up Jamaica. He's not Jamaican, he's Canadian. Anyway, I'll let it play through here.
Some of the youth them run play with fire. They see them know they want to kill one another. I say, oh, we are to the eating God. They mean that he not go suffer. Oh, we are to the eating God. They mean that he not go suffer. Oh, we are to the eating God. They mean that he not go suffer.
All right, so yeah, there you go. So that's kind of my take on it. It's hard to pick out the lyrics on a lot of those. Like I said, you look it up and on the interwebs and bubkiss. There's nothing there. There's Ugats.
Hey, buddy, I looked up on the internet thing over here, and it was there. There's nothing, huh? Nothing.
Angel Dreams is here though. Hello. Happy New Year to you. Cheers. Happy New Year. A belated Merry Christmas to you. I'm drinking a sparkling rosé because I'm fancy like that, I guess. I also bumped my camera, I just noticed. There, that's better. Doesn't really, that makes no difference, idiot. It's fine. I tipped over my previous glass. So now I'm holding it with goat's feet? No, that's not right. Kid gloves. That's it. I'm holding it with kid gloves. Yeah, I like that song too. I like pretty much everything that Big Sugar puts out, including my channel's theme song. All Hell for a Basement. I mean, that's a cracker. It's a good one. It's a good one. Papa Legba. Yeah, you got to look out for. They call him Scratch. Thank you. Yeah, I found some beauties. They're getting back to that. The whole subject matter of that video was my best finds of this past year, 2024. Edmonton, Calgary. A few that are still like right around in my neighborhood or not far, like 10-minute walk. See, a guy likes to save a few. You know, you'd be like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, buddy's just going to go around the block and film this old church. I save it for when it's freezing cold out so that Every Friday, you get some boots on the ground. Even if it's blizzarding, you're going to get something. Because I saved some stuff for, like, it's rainy day, but instead stormy Canadian winter day. Anyway, 15 of you still watching the shenanigans after a whole bunch of technical difficulties. So cheers to you. Happy New Year. Happy holidays, belated Merry Christmas and all that. Season's greetings, as we say up here in Canada a lot there, eh? Season's greetings, eh? It's delicious. It's delicious. Careful. Easy now. Don't freaking let that thing go topsy-turvy now there, buddy. Don't let her go topsy-turvy. So it's a New Year's party subscriber Q&A here on the channel. New West Reset Live, episode 98. Just past 4 hours. What do you think? I'm going to just keep going because there's a little bit left. Can you hear that? There's like a half splash left in there. So once that's gone, then I'll shut it down, I guess. So yeah, Q&A. If you have any questions for a fella, just put it in the box there. Put it in the chat. Let me know. If you put it in all caps, then my ocular sphericals will just lock onto it way easier because I'm kind of long in the tooth. I'm in my 50s, so I've got to wear these things, especially when I'm looking at this screen here, because old and computer screens aren't good company with each other. I don't know what I'm saying. Old World Michigan in the box, leaving us hanging with. I had an idea about something to talk about. And I forgot. Jeez. Yeah, you know what? It fits right in with the format of this show. Just I'm spilling my beverage. I'm accidentally, I think, kicking myself out of my own live stream. I'm forgetting to share something and it just letting a 4-minute video just play, but you guys didn't see or hear anything. It's just fantastic. Absolutely terrific. It's 11:11 there. Oh. Yeah, it's 9. It's 9. It's 9. 11. Oh, gotta be careful even today when you say those numbers there, eh? Well, now it's 9:12. 12 after 9. It was 11 minutes after 9er. Any explorations that you're craving to do? I'm always sniffing around in my own backyard here. That sounds like I'm a dirty dog, which dogs are not dirty. Dogs are terrific. But you know what I'm getting at. But I'm stammering and stuttering. I'm trying to put my thoughts together. As many of you know, I try to keep it Canadian here on the show because I believe that there's a lot to be explored and discovered, and there's a lot of truth to be unveiled, shall we say, up in Canada land here, there, eh, buddy? So I try to keep it Canadian. And most especially, when I'm doing my boots on the ground anyways, I'm here in my city. I'm pretty lucky that Calgary has this crazy narrative and these quite interesting old buildings. Some of them are huge and glorious and very European looking in scale and embellishment and all that. And some of them are just very small, modest, little 2-story buildings, but they still stick out like sore thumbs. So I'm always poking around and digging around, most especially on a lot of the goofy local narratives here in Calgary or in southern Alberta. So I recently worked on linking a former Calgary mayor in the 1800s, the George Murdoch, to at least 3 city fires, great fires, the Great Fire of Calgary, the Great Fire in New Brunswick, in St. John, New Brunswick, and the Great Chicago Fire. And that had a strong Canadian connection, a very strong Calgary connection, being that this guy was a former mayor of Calgary when we had our great Calgary fire, and he was in the volunteer fire brigade, and he was a Freemason, and all kinds of shady shenanigans, right? So I like finding stuff like that. So I'm working on a couple of things. I found what I think are a couple of the old poles that used to suspend the above wires for the old electric streetcar trams here in my neighborhood. I found 4 or 5 so far that do match with comparing to the old maps of the routes that the old electric streetcar trolley tram thing used to take, because it eventually in the 20s and 30s made its way into my neighborhood here. So I'm kind of digging around at that because there's some wonky stuff with that. And I think that would be kind of a cool topic for a show. And other things, always doing stuff and digging around for the Knucklehead show, and yeah, just kind of traipsing around southern Alberta here. It's always great to get together with a lot of you behind the scenes and chat. Vaughn, you and I have had a few chats now. Always enjoy that. And that's why I always put my contact information in the description below. You know, like my email and all that. So if you want to send me some ideas, if you got something interesting in your neck of the woods, some cool photos of a weird building, a funny church that doesn't belong. Yeah. Yeah, the Bear's Paw. Well, even the Glenmore Reservoir is very hokey. But there's plenty of photos because that was built quite recently, you know, in the grand scheme of things. Like it wasn't built in the teens or something like that, where you can kind of question the photographs. Mo Sampson in the box. I have a question. Do people ever ask you why you're taking pictures of buildings? I want to do some mudflutter and red brick building videos, but I feel weird creeping around building foundations. Yeah, I've only had a couple of instances. You do have to be careful, and it depends, right? You got to, whether you're Canadian or American, or maybe you're in Europe, maybe you're in the UK somewhere. Every place has different laws when it comes to public land, private property, private land, crown land. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So there's some places that you probably, and you got to kind of do your homework too, especially in your town or your city, right? Like I know that, you know, on the sidewalk, that's city property, it's public property. I can film whatever I want to film, providing I don't have a super duper zoom lens and I'm filming into the bedroom window of some, I don't know, university girls' dormitory bedroom window or some shenanigans like that. You know what I'm saying? That was peeping Tom type stuff, right? So you got to obviously watch for that. You can't go traipsing into somebody's backyard because you think, I bet you there's some mudflood windows back here. Yeah, you know, somebody will shoot your ass or sick their dog on you or something. But yeah, that's a great question. I have had a couple of people. Basically, there was one place that I thought was public property because it was an old school, and it had a plaque on the school, and it had a historic button. In at least here in Alberta, it's around about the size of this old camera flash. 4 inches in diameter, round button that they, adhere to the building, that says that it's a city historic site or a provincial historic site. And then usually below that, there's a plaque with an old picture of the building and the official blurb about it. Right? It was built in 1862 by Josephus McGillicuddy. Okay, or whatever, right? So that's what I was doing. Oh, it's an old sandstone school up in Edmonton. So I go walking. It's what I think is just the driveway leading up to the school. Boop, 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 boop. I get up. I'm filming the plaque. A guy pops his head out the door and says, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" He's like, "Good. How are you?" And I'm like, "Pretty good." He says, "Are you filming a documentary?" I said, "Oh, kind of." I said, "I have a YouTube channel. I'm just filming these old world buildings, these old brick and sandstone buildings that are quite old. And, so I just wanted to capture, I'm from Calgary and I came up to Edmonton and I wanted to film this old school." He says, "Oh, well, it's not an old school anymore. It's a private business." And I said, "Oh, it's private property." And he said, "Yeah." I said, "All right." And he said, "Well, if you don't mind, some people are asking what you're doing here." So I said, "All right, message received. No problem. I'm there, buddy. Off I go. I get you. I'm not here to start any trouble." He said, "I totally get why you're here. It is a beautiful building." So I said, "Well, one little tip there, bud, is you've got the plaque and the Provincial Historic Site button plastered right under the side of your building. So it kind of invites people to come up to the building onto your property to read the plaque." So I said, "Why have the plaque there if people aren't allowed to come up and read it and film it and take photographs of it?" So I said, "You may want to approach, I don't know, whoever's calling the shots with these plaques and have them move it to the edge of the property so you can walk up on the sidewalk, look at the plaque, and then look at the building without trespassing." But I've never been chased with like a shovel or had some guy with a, boom, boom stick, shall we say, coming after me or anything like that. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I've had, I think, at least 2 or 3, but like, "What did you do? You thinking of buying this building?" Yeah, that's right. Once was an old church in Inglewood, right, Vinny? And the other was the old movie theater in High River, I think. Yeah, okay, you got it. There it is. Okay. You beat me to it there, bud. So yeah, I mean, if you're on the sidewalk, if you're in a back alley, like a back lane, a lot of them are gravel, and it's just where people can access their garages from the main street if their garage is at the back of their house. And sometimes garbage pickup is back there. Sometimes it's paved, sometimes it's just gravel. But anyways, back there, that's city property. You can walk behind a house as long as you're not on their private property. And you can film their house or a building, a school. I would not advise filming an old school if it's still a school and there are students in the school. Yeah, I've waited an hour for school to let out so I could film a school because, yeah, they can't make you leave if you're on the sidewalk filming the school, even if the 5-0 roll up on you. If Mr. RCMP policeman guy, the Mounties, the cops, the coppers, the bobbies, the popo, if they roll up on you, you just like, "Look, I'm filming from public property. I'm filming a public building, a public school." But yeah, it could be misconstrued as creepy. I mean, you got some splaining to do. Most of what I've gotten bothered with is when I'm closer to the downtown area in like the Old Town or in the Warehouse District filming. Then I get crazy, some of the unfortunates, right? The mentally afflicted street people. And, they don't want to be on camera. They think they're filming them. And I'm like, "Bub, I'm not filming you there. I'm filming this building. Why do you think it's pointed up? You see that carving up there? That's what I'm filming." But they can't hear that. They don't, their brain has been, unfortunately, either through some kind of terrible drug, some kind of terrible chemical drug, or through some affliction of the gray matter, the brain pan that's no fault of their own. So you can't necessarily reason with them. So yeah, you got to be careful. That's more often than not, I get the 4-lettered expletives thrown in my direction while I'm just filming some old church or some old building near the downtown. But it's all right. I'm not a big guy, but I'm feisty. So she's all good there. What am I smoking? Well, right now I'm smoking a cigarette. Just don't smoke there, kids. It's not good for you. But give me my smokes from the res, man. I've got a hookup of an indigenous First Nations, an Indian guy, Native Indian guy. I got a hookup through work, and I get the 100% natural tobacco cigarettes rolled in, comes in a pack just like any other, cellophane wrapper on it, the whole shoot match. But they're not meant for filthy European descended palefaces like me. They're only supposed to be sold to and amongst the indigenous peoples. You know, I can't just walk into the store at the res and just get a couple of cartons of my favorite smokes there. But hey, she don't work that way, bud. You got to have identification issued from daddy government that says, yeah, this guy's indigenous guy, or at least he's a Métis, so like good enough there, eh, bud? Otherwise, nope. So you got to have a hookup, eh? But I've also been known to smoke some of the other stuff that generally is kind of greenish in color, and you know, so there's that as well. Which it's legal up here in Canada land. So again, you know, I'm not encouraging anybody to partake in anything illegal or unhealthy. There's my disclaimer for the show. What's going on here? There's some great old brick mud flooders in Truro, is that Nova Scotia? The entire main street is half buried brick buildings. Bet you at one time, if they don't anymore, I bet you at one time they had those little prism lights, the sidewalk lights in them, you know, the glass prisms, because there was empty cavity below the sidewalk in the front of the building on what was the lower level, sometimes 2 levels or more. Found some of those in Calgary. I was looking for them in Edmonton, but I didn't find any up in Edmonton. I'm sure there is some that I just missed. It's funny, even small towns have them. Dragon Sage says, I shop at my local reservation, 6 Nations in Brantford. Really? 6 different Indigenous nations? Wow, we're pretty much Blackfoot here. I mean, you know, for the most part. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's from it's from their factories. They grow it, they cut it, they process it, they roll it in the machines with the rolling, with the paper, with the filter on the end, the whole bit. Yeah. They got the whole factory going there. And the factory is on the reservation land too. You've been wondering and thinking we didn't want to offend you. Come on, eh? Yes, do what you like, man. I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to judge. Not going to offend me, eh? Even when I say I don't really drink a lot, you know, it's, you know, the odd beer. I'm Canadian. We like our beers. So, you know, on a hot summer day, there's nothing like a nice cold beer there, bud. You know, you're watching a hockey game. Sorry, I'm gonna have me a brew. I'm gonna have me a barley sandwich while I'm watching a hockey game. That's just what it is, right? Not that I drop everything I'm doing to crack a beer and watch a hockey game, but you get my drift. There's some people that are like, oh yeah, I have like 2 or 3 beer a day. I'm not. Hey, that's fine, man. Who the hell am I to say anything about it? It's people that experiment with psychedelics and stuff. Hey, man, if that's your bag and you're safe and cool, it's fine. Who am I going to say? I'm sure there's stuff I do that a lot of you would be like, really? Really? Biting your nails, eh? Yeah, great. That's disgusting. But you haven't washed your hands for 2 hours, and now you're sitting there biting your nails. You nervous Nelly. Well, at least I don't swallow the nails. That's gross. Yikes. Really getting off the rails in the show here. Wow. That's terrible. Growing it in Alaska, that's got to be tough. Not exactly conducive weather-wise. Obviously not an outdoor operation. You can grow it outdoors in southern British Columbia, from what I understand. I've never tried it. I've lived here in Alberta. But I know it won't grow here, eh? Not outdoors anyways. Got to have the whole system going. Of course, now that it's legal, there's all kinds of grow ops everywhere now. Legalized. You know, the whole, got to pass all the inspections and whatnot and have all the permits and the hootenanny. All right, so I think I'm ready to wind this thing down here pretty quick. 4.5 hours. Thank you very much. Still 17 of you watching, and unfortunately, we don't even have the Bumble linked up because there was a problem with that I got to straighten out over there. So thank you for your patience, everybody, on the Bumble. I'll just upload this after the fact. And it's a marathon, so all of you that have stuck in from beginning to end, wow, first of all, thank you. And second of all, are you okay? All right. That's a lot of 4.5 hours. It's great. Thank you. Holy moly. And really only a couple of short little breaks here and there. So we really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Happy New Year once again to all of you. A couple of days early, but as you saw here earlier on the live show, Wednesday vintage footage is New Year related. Friday, boots on the ground, kind of a greatest finds, greatest hits, kind of a dealio. We'll see you back here for the live show next week, Sunday Fun Day. Again, links below, location map, BitChute, MeWe, the guy's email, and of course the Bumble. And if some New Year's cheer is in order, thank you. PayPal as well. Appreciate it. So that is going to seal the deal here tonight for Frankie. New West Reset Live, episode 98, New Year's party, subscriber Q&A as I take my final sip here. Cheers to you. Happy New Year. A little bit of the rosé sparkling vino. I'm putting this back up here lest I knock it down again. Did I see Jim Dillinger shooting in the box somewhere? Did I see, or is somebody just saying his name, or is he in here? Well, shout out to Jim Dillinger anyways. Over in the south of France, but he's an Irishman. So I don't know how that works. You go ask Jim. Say hi. Okay, that's what it is. Thank you, hippie. Yes. Yeah, please go over there and say hello to Jim. Tell him Frankie Fingers sent you from over here. He sent you from over here to down up over there. Is what we did.
So, Tommy, where have you been, huh? I've been watching New West Reset. Huh? Well, you know, it's New West Reset. It's this thing on YouTube. He goes around, he does his boots on the ground thing. He'll tell you.
All right, enough monkeying around. Thank you very much, everybody. Take care, and until the next one, take care out there and have yourselves a good one. All right? Thanks, everyone. Happy New Year. Cheers. We'll see you next week.
It's a mystery! It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma!